Welcome to Nightmare Tales. I'm here to help you relax tonight. So, before you get too cozy, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It really makes us feel like the global community it is. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's begin our evening together. Story 1. The request came through the app at 11:47 p.m. on a Tuesday, the kind of night when respectable people were already in bed and only the desperate or the dangerous were still moving through the world. Vincent Carrera had been about to call it quits. His bladder was full, his lower back ached from 8 hours behind the wheel, and the coffee he'd been nursing had gone cold hours ago. But the pickup location was only 6 blocks away, and the destination promised a fare worth nearly $300, Orlando to Naples. Straight shot across the state through the dark heart of Florida. Vincent's finger hovered over the decline button for perhaps 2 seconds before the mathematics of his situation overrode his exhaustion. $300 would cover his rent payment with enough left over for groceries. He accepted the ride. The pickup address led him to a strip mall anchored by a 24-hour laundromat, its fluorescent lights casting harsh shadows across empty parking spaces. A single figure stood beneath the flickering sign of a closed Chinese restaurant. Hands clasped behind his back with the patience of a man accustomed to waiting. He was tall, perhaps 6 feet 3 inches, with the kind of lean build that suggested either careful diet or careful breeding. His hair was silver white, swept back from a high forehead, and even in the uncertain light Vincent could see that his clothes were expensive, a charcoal wool coat over what appeared to be a custom-tailored suit. Vincent pulled up to the curb and rolled down his passenger window. "You the ride to Naples?" The man approached with measured steps, his movements precise and economical. When he spoke, his voice carried the cultivated tones of old money and older education. "Vincent Carrera, thank you for accepting the request at such a late hour." Something in the way the man said his name, not asked it but stated it with quiet certainty, made Vincent's hands tighten on the steering wheel. He forced himself to smile. "No problem, long trip ahead of us, though you sure you don't want to fly?" "I'm quite certain." The man opened the rear door and settled into the back seat with the fluid grace of a much younger person. "I prefer to travel by car when possible. One sees so much more of the country that way." Vincent adjusted his rearview mirror and caught his first clear look at his passenger's face. The man was perhaps 60, with pale blue eyes that seemed to catalog and file away every detail they encountered. His skin had the translucent quality that came with age, stretched taut over aristocratic cheekbones. There was something familiar about him, though Vincent couldn't place where they might have met. "So what takes you to Naples this time of night?" Vincent asked as he pulled away from the curb. Small talk was part of the job, especially on long rides. Keep the customer comfortable, keep him talking. Keep him from noticing how his hands sometimes shook when he thought too hard about the old days. "A reunion of sorts," the man replied. "I'm meeting with some old associates. We have business to conclude." Vincent nodded and turned his attention to the road. Interstate 4 stretched ahead of them, a ribbon of asphalt cutting through the suburban sprawl of central Florida. At this hour, traffic was light, mostly long-haul truckers and insomniacs like himself, drawn by the promise of easy money and the illusion of freedom that came with the open road. They drove in comfortable silence for the first 30 m past the tourist traps and chain restaurants that marked the outer edges of Orlando's influence. The man in the back seat seemed content to watch the landscape roll past. His pale hands folded in his lap like a penitent at prayer. Vincent found himself stealing glances in the rearview mirror, trying to place that familiar face. It was when they passed the exit for Lakeland that the conversation took its first unsettling turn. "Tell me, Vincent," the man said, his voice carrying easily over the hum of the engine. "Do you ever think about your time in Miami?" Vincent's foot eased off the accelerator before he caught himself. Miami, I've been through there a few times. Why? Oh, I think you know the Miami. I'm referring to the Miami of 15 years ago, when you were considerably more entrepreneurial in your business ventures. The interstate suddenly felt too narrow, the darkness beyond the headlights too complete. Vincent's mouth had gone dry, but he managed to keep his voice steady. I think you've got me confused with someone else, friend Vincent Miguel Carrera, born in Tampa 1978. Mother was Maria Santos, worked as a nurse at Tampa General until her death in 2004. Father, unknown though I suspect you have your suspicions, you attended community college for 2 semesters before discovering that traditional education wasn't suited to your particular talents. Each word fell like a stone into still water, sending ripples of recognition through Vincent's carefully constructed present. He hadn't used his middle name in over a decade, and his mother's maiden name was buried so deep in his past that even he sometimes forgot it existed. You married Isabel Restrepo in 2009. The man continued, his tone conversational and almost friendly. A lovely girl. She works at the dental office on West Shore Boulevard. Now doesn't she Dr. Patel's practice? She has no idea about your previous career. I imagine. Vincent's hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles had gone white. Who the hell are you? Someone with a long memory and longer patience, the man replied. Someone who believes that certain debts should be paid in full, regardless of how much time has passed. They were approaching the exit for Highway 60, the turnoff that would take them west toward the Gulf Coast and the final stretch to Naples. Vincent's mind raced through possibilities. He could take the exit, find a police station, claim his passenger was threatening him. But what would he tell them? That a well-dressed man had stated publicly available facts about his life, that he felt threatened by polite conversation, and, besides, there were things about his past that wouldn't bear close examination even now, especially now you're thinking about your options, the man observed. That's good. It shows you understand the gravity of the situation, but I should tell you that turning back now would be inadvisable. You see, I'm not the only one interested in renewing our acquaintance. Vincent's voice cracked slightly. I've never seen you before in my life, but you have, Vincent. You've simply forgotten. Memory is a curious thing. We remember what serves us and forget what doesn't. But I found that the right stimulus can restore even the most carefully buried recollections. The man reached into his coat pocket and withdrew something that he held up to catch the light from the dashboard. It was a photograph, old and slightly faded. Even upside down in the rearview mirror, Vincent could make out the image, a younger version of himself standing next to a white Pamo van, his arm around the shoulders of a thin, dark-haired girl who couldn't have been more than 17. Her name was Carmen, the man said quietly. Carmen Vega, do you remember her now? The photograph might as well have been a physical blow. Vincent felt the air rush out of his lungs as 15 years collapsed into a single moment of perfect, terrible clarity. Carmen Vega, sweet Carmen with her shy smile and her dreams of becoming a teacher. Carmen, who trusted him when he offered her a job. Trust him when he told her it was just a simple medical procedure. Trusted him right up until the moment she'd seen the surgical instruments and tried to run. I see you do remember, the man continued. Carmen was my niece, my sister's only child. She was going to start college that fall, full scholarship to Florida State. She was going to study elementary education. Vincent's vision was starting to blur around the edges. The highway ahead seemed to stretch infinitely, a tunnel of light leading nowhere. That was a long time ago, he managed. I'm not that person anymore, aren't you? You still drive at night, still prey on the vulnerable, still take advantage of people who trust you with their safety. The only difference is the scale of your predation. I drive for a ride-share company. I help people get where they need to go. Yes, I know Uber specifically. Driver rating of 4.8 stars. Very impressive though. So I wonder what your passengers would think if they knew about your previous career. The organ harvesting operation. You ran out of that warehouse in Little Havana. The 23 people who went in and never came out. 23. Vincent had tried so hard to forget the exact number, but it burned in his memory like a brand. 23 people who'd answered ads for easy money. Who'd been told they could make $5,000 for a simple procedure. 23 people who discovered too late that the procedure was permanent. The police shut us down, Vincent said, though, even as he spoke the words, he knew how inadequate they sounded. Everyone involved went to prison, not everyone. The man corrected. You disappeared 3 days before the raid, very convenient timing. I've often wondered how you knew to run. Vincent said nothing. He couldn't explain about Detective Morrison, about the envelope of cash that had bought him a 12-hour head start. Morrison was dead now anyway. Heart attack 5 years ago, taking that particular secret to his grave. The warehouse is still there, you know. The man continued, abandoned, condemned, but still standing. The city keeps talking about tearing it down, but somehow the funding never materializes. I like to think of it as a monument to your work. They were passing through Arcadia. Now, deep in the agricultural heart of Florida, the landscape had flattened into endless pastures and orange groves, broken only by the occasional farmhouse or barn. Vincent had driven this route dozens of times over the years, but tonight it felt like a journey through an alien landscape. Where exactly are we going? Vincent asked. I thought that would be obvious. By now we're going home, Vincent, back to where it all began. The warehouse was torn down years ago. I checked. Did you? When was the last time you actually drove past it? When was the last time you set foot in Miami at all? Vincent couldn't answer, because he already knew the truth. He'd avoided Miami like a plague city for 15 years, routing around it, even when it meant adding hours to a trip. He told himself it was just practical caution. But the reality was simpler and more shameful. He was afraid of what he might find there, afraid of the ghosts that might be waiting for him in the shadows of his former life. Your passenger rating is very good, the man said, changing the subject with the casual precision of a surgeon making an incision. I read through your reviews before booking this trip. So many satisfied customers, professional and courteous, clean car and safe driving made me feel secure during a late-night trip. That last one was from a young woman named Jessica. She was traveling alone from the airport to her hotel, 22 years old, about the same age Carmen would be now if she'd lived. Stop, Benson whispered. She trusted you with her safety, just like they all do, just like Carmen did. The app makes it so easy, doesn't it? All that personal information, all that trust placed in the hands of strangers' name, pickup, location, destination, even a photo. A predator's paradise, really. I've never heard anyone, not since Miami, haven't you? What about all the rides you've can-led when the passenger was too drunk to notice? All the detours you've taken through empty neighborhoods, all the young women you've offered to help with their luggage getting just a little too close, letting your hands linger just a moment too long. Each accusation hit like a physical blow, because each one carried just enough truth to sting. Vincent had never acted on his impulses, had never crossed the line from thought to action, but the impulses themselves were still there, coiled in the dark corners of his mind, like sleeping serpents. You know what I find most interesting about your reviews? The man continued the patterns. Young women consistently rate you lower than other demographics. Not dramatically, just a few tenths of a point on average, but it's there if you know how to look for it. They sense something, don't they? Some primitive warning system that tells them you're not quite what you pretend to be. They were approaching the outskirts of Fort Myers. Now the urban sprawl beginning to reassert itself after miles of rural darkness, Benson could see the glow of the city reflected in the low-hanging clouds, a dome of artificial light that seemed almost welcoming after the oppressive darkness of the countryside. "I want you to pull over," Benson said suddenly. "This ride is over." "I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, we have a contract. You accepted the ride and I've paid for your services. It would be unprofessional of you to leave me stranded." "I don't care about the money, keep it." "But I do care, Vincent. I care very much about getting my money's worth, and I haven't not yet." The man leaned forward close enough that Vincent could smell his cologne, something expensive and faintly medicinal. "Tell me about the disposal site. What the place where you got rid of the bodies. I know you didn't keep them at the warehouse. Too risky, too much traffic. You had somewhere else, somewhere remote, somewhere you could work in peace." Vincent's hands were shaking. Now a fine tremor that seemed to emanate from somewhere deep in his chest. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Of course you do. 23 people don't just disappear without a trace. The police found evidence of the organ harvesting, but they never found the bodies. You were very careful about that, weren't you? Very thorough?" The memories came flooding back, despite Vincent's desperate attempts to suppress them. The long drives through the Everglades, the weight of the plastic wrap bundles, the sound of the water closing over them with barely a splash. He'd chosen the location carefully, a remote oxbow lake, 20 miles from the nearest road, accessible only by an abandoned logging trail that hadn't seen traffic in decades. "The Everglades," he said. The words torn from his throat like a confession. "There's a lake off the old Tamiami Trail." "I know," the man said softly. "I've been there many times over the years. It's quite peaceful, actually, the kind of place where a person could think clearly about their choices." "Why are you doing this?" "Because someone has to, because justice delayed is not justice denied, merely justice refined, because Carmen deserves better than to be forgotten." Filed away in some bureaucrat's cold case folder, they were passing through downtown Fort Myers. Now the street's empty, except for the occasional police, cruiser, or taxi. Benson found himself looking longingly at the normal world. Outside his windows, the closed shops, the darkened office buildings, the promise of ordinary life, carrying on its ordinary business. He wanted nothing more than to be part of that world again, to shed this conversation like a snake sheds its skin and return to the comfortable numbness of his current existence. But he knew it was too late for that. The past had found him patient and implacable as gravity, and it would not be denied. "How long have you been planning this?" he asked. 15 years, the man replied without hesitation. "I've been watching you, Vincent, learning your patterns, your habits, your weaknesses. I know about the apartment you rent under a false name in Clearwater. I know about the storage unit where you keep your old surgical instruments. I know about the safety deposit box at the credit union where you've hidden the photographs." "What photographs?" "The ones you took for your records," you said. "For quality control, though I suspect the real reason was simpler than that. You enjoyed having mentotos of your work." Vincent's stomach clenched as another buried memory surfaced, the Polaroid camera he'd used to document each procedure, the growing collection of images. That proved his skill and thoroughness. He told himself it was just good business practice. But the truth was uglier than that. The truth was that he liked looking at the photographs later, liked remembering the moment when his subjects had realized what was happening to them. The storage unit was cleared out years ago. He lied. Was it Unit 47 at Secure Space on Drew Street? You renewed the lease just last month, very responsible of you keeping up with your obligations. Like that, the man's knowledge was surgical in its precision, cutting through Vincent's defenses with the efficiency of a scalpel. There seemed to be no detail of his life, no matter how carefully hidden that hadn't been cataloged and filed away in that relentless memory. How Vincent whispered, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. 15 years and unlimited resources can uncover any secret. When you have enough money and enough patience, privacy becomes just another commodity to be purchased. Bank records, medical files, employment history, it's all available to those who know where to look and what to pay. "What do you want from me?" Vincent asked, though he was beginning to suspect he already knew the answer. "I want you to complete your journey," the man said. "I want you to return to the scene of your greatest triumph and face the consequences of your choices. I want Carmen to have her justice, even if it comes 15 years late." They were leaving Fort Myers behind, now entering the final stretch of highway that would take them to Naples. The landscape was changing again, becoming more tropical. More lush palm trees lined the roadway, their fronds rustling in the Gulf breeze. In the distance, Vincent could see the lights of expensive hotels and condominiums, the playgrounds of the wealthy and the willfully ignorant. "You're going to kill me," Vincent said. It wasn't a question. "I'm going to give you a choice," the man corrected, "the same choice you gave your victims. You can cooperate and your death will be quick and professional, or you can resist and it will be educational." Vincent felt a cold weight settling in his chest, the terrible certainty of fate finally catching up with him. He'd always known this day would come, had carried the knowledge like a tumor that grows slowly and inexorably until it finally metastasizes. The only surprise was how long it had taken. "Why the ride share?" he asked. "You could have just grabbed me off the street. Where would be the poetry in that this way you're complicit in your own destruction? You chose to accept the ride, chose to drive to your own execution. There's a certain elegant justice in that, don't you think?" They were entering Naples now, the highway becoming a surface street lined with palm trees and upscale shopping centers. Vincent had been here many times over the years, dropping off passengers at luxury hotels and beachfront resorts. It had always seemed like a different world from the one he'd inhabited in Miami, cleaner and more civilized, populated by people who could afford to pretend that ugliness didn't exist. For a moment, Vincent's hands tightened on the steering wheel and he felt his foot pressing harder on the accelerator. The concrete barrier along the median strip rushed past in a blur of gray. It would be so easy to jerk the wheel hard to the right to end this conversation in a symphony of twisted metal and shattered glass. But even as the thought formed, he caught the passenger's pale eyes in the rearview mirror, watching him with the patient interest of a scientist observing a lab rat navigate a maze. The man's expression didn't change, but somehow Vincent knew he'd been reading his thoughts as clearly as if they'd been written on his forehead. "Turn left at the next light," the man instructed, his tone unchanged. "That's not the way to downtown Naples." "No, it's not. We're not going to downtown Naples." Vincent made the turn as instructed, his movements automatic and eerily calm. He'd entered that strange state of dissociation that trauma victims often describe, where the mind seems to float above the body, observing but not quite participating in the unfolding catastrophe. They were driving through an industrial area, now past warehouses and shipping facilities that serve the wealthy enclaves of Naples but remain carefully hidden from tourist eyes. The streets were darker here, less well-maintained, lined with chain-link fences and warning signs. "Stop here," the man said. Vincent pulled over next to a loading dock surrounded by rusted shipping containers. The area was deserted, the kind of place where screams would go unheard and bodies could lie undiscovered for weeks. "Turn off the engine," the man instructed. Vincent complied, his hands moving with the sluggish precision of someone underwater. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the distant sound of traffic and the whisper of wind through the palm trees. "You know what the worst part of this is," the man said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's not the dying. Death comes to everyone eventually. It's the waste, 23 people who might have done something meaningful with their lives, who might have made the world a little better, a little brighter. All of that potential, all of those possibilities, snuffed out for the sake of your profit margins. Vincent turned in his seat to face his passenger directly. For the first time, the man was holding something in his hand, now a small surgical knife with a blade that gleamed in the dim light from the street lamps. Carmen wanted to be a teacher, the man continued. She used to volunteer at the local elementary school reading to the children. She had this way of making the stories come alive, of making the kids believe that anything was possible. She could have inspired thousands of children over the course of her career. Think about the ripple effects of that, the scientists and artists and teachers, that those children might have become all that lost because you needed money for drugs and expensive clothes. I was sick, Vincent said, though the words sounded hollow even to him. I was addicted. I wasn't thinking clearly. Were you thinking clearly when you took those photographs, when you kept souvenirs from your victims? That wasn't addiction, Vincent. That was pleasure. The knife was moving now, catching the light as the man turned it over in his hands. Vincent had seen instruments like it before, had used them himself in his previous life. The blade was designed for precision work, for making clean cuts in soft tissue. I have a proposal for you. The man said, a chance to die with some small measure of dignity intact. Tell me where you disposed of the bodies, all of them. Give me the exact location and I'll make your death quick and clean. Refuse and I'll take my time. I'll make sure you experience everything you put your victims through. Vincent closed his eyes and tried to summon some final reserves of courage or defiance, but found only exhaustion. The weight of 15 years of guilt and fear had finally become too much to bear. He was tired of running, tired of looking over his shoulder, tired of pretending to be someone he wasn't. There's a logging road about 3 miles east of mile marker 34 on the old Tamimi Trail. He said, his voice barely audible. Follow it for about 2 miles until you reach a small lake. The water's about 20 feet deep. At the center. The man nodded as if he'd expected this response. Good, that matches what I've already determined through my own investigation. It's gratifying to know that you're still capable of honesty, even under these circumstances. Will you make it quick as you made it for them? Vincent understood. Carmen and the others had died slowly, their organs harvested while they were still alive to ensure maximum viability. The irony was not lost on him that his own death would mirror theirs, professional, clinical, and utterly without mercy. I'm sorry, he said, though he wasn't sure who he was apologizing to. Carmen, the other victims, himself. I know you are, the man replied. But sorry doesn't resurrect the dead. Sorry doesn't give Carmen back her chance to become a teacher. Sorry, it is just another word for regret, and regret is just a tax we pay for our choices. The blade moved with surgical precision, finding the carotid artery, with the skill of someone who had studied anatomy extensively. Vincent felt a moment of burning pain, followed by a strange sense of floating, as if he were rising above his body to watch the scene from a great distance. His last coherent thought was that the man was right. There was a certain elegant justice in the way it ended. He had spent his life taking from others, stealing their futures to fund his present. Now someone had come to collect the debt with interest compounded over 15 years of patient waiting. The morning would bring new riders, new passengers looking for safe passage through the dangers of the world. They would open their app and see Vincent's profile, would note his excellent rating and professional demeanor. They would never know that his account had been permanently deactivated, that his car sat empty in an industrial parking lot in Naples, that the man who had once promised to keep them safe had finally been held accountable for his promises. In the end, Vincent Carrera had completed his final ride, delivering himself to the one passenger who had been waiting for him all along. The app would show the trip as complete, the fare paid in full. The customer satisfied with the service provided. Justice, it seemed, had its own rating system. Story 2, the digital recorder, had been an impulse purchase, one of those small decisions that later assume enormous significance. Veronica Hartwell had bought it on a Tuesday afternoon in late September, during one of her increasingly frequent walks through the commercial district. The electronic shop on Maple Street was not the sort of establishment she usually patronized. She preferred the familiar comfort of the department stores, but something about the modest storefront had drawn her attention. The young clerk had been so earnest in his recommendation, explaining the device's various features with the enthusiasm of someone genuinely interested in his work. Perfect for lectures, he had said, though Veronica hadn't attended a lecture in 15 years, or for making notes to yourself. Some people find it easier to organize their thoughts when they speak them aloud. That had seemed more relevant, though she hadn't been entirely sure why. The insomnia had been troubling her for months. It had begun gradually, as these things often do, a night here and there when sleep proved elusive, easily attributed to stress or caffeine or the changing seasons. But by summer's end it had become a nightly ordeal, not the dramatic literary kind where one paces about in flowing nightgowns, but the ordinary grinding sleeplessness of middle age. She would lie in her narrow bed in the second-floor flat, listening to the radiator's complaints and the occasional motor car passing on the street below, while sleep remained as elusive as a half-remembered melody. The flat itself seemed to conspire against rest. During the day it was pleasant enough, a modest two-bedroom with adequate light and reasonable rent. But at night it became a catalog of small disturbances. The refrigerator's hum seemed unnaturally loud, the floorboards in the hallway creaked at irregular intervals, as if someone were pacing restlessly outside her door. Most troubling of all were the sounds from the neighboring flats, not clearly audible conversations or activities, but the suggestion of voices, the sense that others nearby were engaged in pursuits she could not quite identify. Her doctor, a pleasant man who wore his competence like a well-tailored suit, had suggested various remedies, pills, naturally, a cup of warm milk. Perhaps she might try keeping a journal of her thoughts before bed. Sometimes, he had said, arranging his prescription pad with a careful precision. We process things better when we speak them aloud. This advice had mingled strangely with the electronics clerk's enthusiasm, and so Veronica had begun the practice of keeping the little black device on her nightstand. Each evening, before attempting sleep, she would record a brief summary of her day, her concerns, her hopes for the following morning. The ritual was oddly comforting. Like confessing to a particularly patient priest for 3 weeks, the ritual provided a modest comfort. Each evening before bed she would settle the device on her nightstand and speak quietly into its small microphone, summarizing the day's events, her concerns, her hopes for better sleep. The recordings contained only her own voice during this period, describing her work at the library, her irritation with the neighbors, increasingly frequent musical evenings, her growing anxiety about her mother's failing health in the countryside. Listening to these early recordings became part of her morning routine. Her voice sounded different. When played back, she noticed more assured, somehow less apologetic than she felt in daily conversation. There was something about the small ritual of speaking into the darkness that seemed to unlock a more confident version of herself, even if this confidence lasted only for the duration of each brief monologue. She began to look forward to these evening sessions, finding in them a kind of companionship she hadn't realized she was missing. It was pleasant to have someone to talk to at the end of each day, even if that someone was merely her future self, listening to these words in the morning light. Then came the morning in mid-October when everything changed. She had awakened later than usual, the autumn light already well advanced through her bedroom curtains. The change in season had brought with it a different quality of morning, softer, more muted, as if the world were wrapped in gauze. The recorder lay beside her pillow, its red light indicating it had been running all night. This was not unusual. She often forgot to switch it off after her evening monologue, and the device was designed to record for up to 8 hours. Continuously. She made her customary cup of tea before settling down to listen to the previous night's recording. This had become a cherished part of her morning routine, a way of connecting with her nighttime thoughts before facing the demands of the day. She expected to hear only her own sleepy reflections from the evening before, perhaps her concerns about the library's upcoming budget review or her uncertainty about whether to visit her mother for the weekend. Instead, she discovered something that made her set down her teacup with trembling hands. Her voice was there, certainly, but it was now alone. "I don't know why I can't sleep properly anymore." Her recorded self was saying the words familiar from her evening ritual. "It's as if my mind won't settle every time I close my eyes. Thoughts just keep circling around and around." Then came another voice, soft and melodious, with the faintest trace of an accident she couldn't identify. "Perhaps you're not meant to sleep in the usual way. Perhaps there are other kinds of rest, other rhythms that might suit you better." Veronica's first instinct was to stop the recording immediately to examine the device for some malfunction that might explain what she was hearing. But a curious paralysis had taken hold of her. She found herself unable to move, compelled to listen, as her recorded voice replied with perfect naturalness. "What do you mean by that? Other rhythms?" Veronica's recorded voice replied immediately, naturally, as if this conversation were the most ordinary thing in the world. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean that some people are designed for different rhythms. The world assumes everyone should sleep at night, but what if that's not true for everyone? What if some of us are meant for other patterns?" The conversation continued for nearly 40 minutes. Veronica heard herself discussing topics. She had no memory of considering the nature of consciousness, the arbitrary division between waking and sleeping states, the possibility that reality itself might be more fluid than commonly supposed. Her voice on the recording was animated, engaged, more intellectually curious than she remembered being in years, but she had no recollection of this conversation, none whatsoever. The rational explanations came first, as they always do. Perhaps she had been sleep-talking and the second voice was an audio artifact, a quirk of the recording device, or sound bleeding in from a neighboring flat. The building was old, poorly insulated. It was entirely possible that conversations from adjacent apartments might be picked up by sensitive equipment. Perhaps her own voice had been distorted, somehow processed through the device's circuitry in a way that created the illusion of a second speaker. She spent the better part of the morning testing these theories methodically. She recorded herself speaking in various tones and cadences but could not reproduce the second voice's distinctive timbre. She listened carefully to the sounds from the adjoining flats, Mrs. Chen's morning routine, the young man upstairs who seemed to conduct telephone calls at all hours but heard nothing that matched the mysterious speaker's gentle measured tones. She researched the technical specifications of her recording device online, reading through forums and user manual, seeking any mention of audio distortion that might explain the phenomena. The device was a simple, well-recorded model with no known issues that might cause such an effect. By afternoon she had exhausted the conventional explanations. The second voice remained stubbornly unexplained, as real and present on the recording as her own. That evening she prepared for bed with unusual care. She checked the device's battery level, adjusted its position on the nightstand, even examined the room for possible sources of audio interference. She placed the recorder in its customary position, but this time she remained acutely conscious of its presence. As she lay in the darkness, she tried to stay awake, listening to her own breathing, monitoring every sound in the flat and the building beyond. But consciousness has its own rhythms and, despite her vigilance, sleep eventually claimed her. The last thing she remembered was the soft sound of rain beginning against the windows and the curious sensation that someone was sitting beside her bed waiting patiently for her to surrender to dreams. In the morning she discovered another conversation. This one was longer, more complex. The unknown voice, she had begun thinking of it as her companion, seemed to know a great deal about her life. It referenced her work at the library, her concerns about her mother, even her childhood in the Cotswolds. But it spoke of these things with a perspective that was entirely foreign to her own understanding. "You've always been too careful," the voice observed. too concerned with what others might think, but what if their opinions were less important than you imagine? Her recorded self seemed to consider this seriously. I suppose I have been rather timid, but one learns to be cautious, doesn't one? Life teaches you that, does it? Or do we simply tell ourselves that story to justify our limitations? The conversation that followed was unlike any Veronica remembered having with another person. The mysterious voice challenged her assumptions about herself, her life, her choices, but in a way that felt supportive rather than critical. It was as if someone had been observing her with enormous sympathy and was now offering gentle guidance toward a different way of being. Most unsettling of all, her recorded self seemed to welcome this guidance. The voice on the tape was increasingly confident, more assertive than the woman who played back these conversations each morning. It was as if the nighttime Veronica was becoming someone else entirely. The changes began so subtly that Veronica almost missed them entirely. It started with small shifts in her daily interactions, moments when she found herself responding differently than she would have expected. When Mrs. Peton, the head librarian, criticized her handling of the new acquisitions with her usual sharp efficiency, Veronica responded with unexpected calm. "I believe my method is actually more efficient," she heard herself saying, the words emerging before she had consciously formed them. "The catalog system I've developed allows for better cross-referencing, and the processing time is significantly reduced." Mrs. Peton had paused in her critique, apparently surprised by the measured confidence in Veronica's voice. For 23 years, Veronica had accepted such criticism with apologetic murmurs and immediate promises to do better. This new response seemed to come from someone else entirely, someone who inhabited her body, but possessed a different relationship to authority. Similar incidents occurred throughout that week, each one small enough to dismiss individually but collectively, forming a pattern that troubled her. She spoke up during the staff meeting about the inadequate heating in the children's section, presenting her case with facts and figures she hadn't realized she possessed. She politely but firmly declined Mrs. Whitfield's invitation to join the church committee, a social obligation she had been dreading for months but had never imagined herself capable of refusing. Most remarkably, she returned it dressed to the department store, a navy blue outfit, purchased 3 weeks earlier, in a moment of optimism about a social event she had ultimately avoided attending. She had never returned anything to a shop before, despite having closets full of unworn clothing purchased. In similar moments of hopeful miscalculation, the shop assistant accepted the return without question, but Veronica found herself studying her own reflection in the store's mirrors with new interest. The woman looking back at her seemed familiar, yet subtly transformed, more upright in her posture, more direct in her gaze, as if some internal adjustment had been made that was now manifesting in her physical presence. Each morning brought new recordings, new conversations with her unseen companion. The voice had begun to feel familiar, even comforting. It spoke with the authority of someone who understood her better than she understood herself, offering insights that were both challenging and liberating. "You've been living as if you were apologizing for your existence," it observed one night. "But what if you have nothing to apologize for? What if you're exactly as you should be, but you've been trying to be someone else?" These nocturnal discussions were becoming the most meaningful conversations of her life. Even though she retained no conscious memory of participating in them. She began to look forward to the morning ritual of playing back the recordings, discovering what wisdom her mysterious friend had shared while she slept. But as the weeks passed, other changes began to manifest, changes that were less explicable, less welcome. The first discrepancy was small, easily dismissed. Veronica was certain she had arranged to meet her friend Penelope for lunch on Thursday, but when she checked her calendar, no such appointment was recorded. When she telephoned Penelope to confirm, her friend seemed confused. "I don't recall making any plans," she said. "Are you quite certain we discussed this?" Veronica was certain, but the certainty felt oddly fragile, like a photograph left too long in sunlight. Other incongruities followed. She remembered distinctly having a conversation with her neighbor about the building's new security system, but when she mentioned it again, the neighbor looked at her blankly. "What security system?" he asked. "Nothing changed since I moved in 3 years ago." More troubling were the changes in her flat itself. She was sure she had owned a small watercolor painting of the sea, a gift from her mother, but when she looked for it she found instead a photograph of a garden she didn't recognize. When she asked her mother about the painting during their weekly telephone call, her mother seemed confused. "I don't recall giving you any paintings, dear. Are you feeling quite well?" The recordings from this period show her discussing these inconsistencies with her nighttime companion. The mysterious voice was sympathetic but not particularly concerned. "Memory is more flexible than we like to believe," it said. "Perhaps these changes are improvements. Perhaps you're remembering things as they should be rather than as they were." Her recorded self seemed to accept this explanation readily. "I suppose I have been rather scattered lately. Perhaps I am simply confused," but the woman who played back these conversations each morning was not convinced. She began to keep a careful record of the discrepancies, documenting each instance where her memories failed to align with apparent reality. The list grew longer each day. The sleep study was Dr. Morrison's suggestion. Veronica had reluctantly mentioned her concerns about the recordings during her monthly appointment, though she had not described them in detail. How could she explain that she seemed to be having lengthy conversations with an invisible companion each night? Instead, she spoke vaguely of sleep disturbances and memory problems, symptoms that the doctor found sufficiently concerning to warrant investigation. The sleep laboratory was located in the basement of the hospital, a series of small rooms designed to monitor patients' nocturnal activities. Veronica was fitted with various sensors and electrodes, then left alone in a room that resembled a modest hotel accommodation. She brought her recorder, explaining to the technician that she used it to monitor her sleep patterns. "Interesting approach," the technician said. "A young woman with efficient hands and a kind smile. We'll have comprehensive data. In the morning, though, every breath, every heartbeat, every brain wave," Veronica settled into the unfamiliar bed, with the recorder on the nightstand beside her. The sensors felt strange against her skin and she was certain she would be unable to sleep under such circumstances. But exhaustion overcame her anxiety and she slipped into unconsciousness with unusual ease. In the morning, the technician was waiting with a puzzled expression. "I have never seen readings quite like these," she said, indicating the computer screen where Veronica's night was displayed in waves and graphs. "According to our instruments, you slept perfectly deep, restful sleep for 8 hours straight, no disturbances, no unusual brain activity, no periods of wakefulness." But the recorder told a different story. The conversation from the previous night was the longest yet, nearly 3 hours of dialogue with her mysterious companion. They had discussed her childhood, her relationship with her parents, her fears about aging and death. The voice had been particularly eloquent on the subject of identity, suggesting that the self was not a fixed entity but something more fluid, more malleable than commonly understood. "You're beginning to see, aren't you?" the voice had said. "The boundaries you've accepted as real are actually quite arbitrary. Memory, identity, even physical reality. These are all more flexible than you've been taught to believe." Her recorded self had agreed enthusiastically. "It's liberating, isn't it, to realize that one isn't trapped by the past, by other people's expectations, by the limitations one has accepted as immutable." The technician listened to a brief portion of the recording with professional interest. "Fascinating," she said. "Sleep talking is quite common, but this level of coherence is unusual." And the second voice, she paused, frowning. "Are you certain this is from last night's recording? Because our instruments show no indication that you spoke at all during the night." The implications of the sleep study results were too disturbing to contemplate directly. If the hospital's instruments were correct, then Veronica had slept soundly through the night without speaking. But the recorder contained indisputable evidence of an extended conversation. Either the medical equipment had malfunctioned or something was happening that lay outside conventional understanding. Veronica chose to focus on the more immediate problem, the continuing erosion of her waking life. Memories, possessions, relationships all were subject to subtle but persistent alterations. She would remember a book she had loved, only to find it missing from her shelves, and no record of her having owned it. She would recall a colleague from work, only to discover that no such person had ever been employed at the library. Most disturbing of all, other people seemed to accept these changes without question. When she mentioned the missing watercolor to her mother again, her mother not only denied having given it to her, but seemed unable to recall the painting's existence at all. When she asked about her childhood friend, Jennifer, with whom she had maintained correspondence for 20 years, her mother looked at her with genuine concern. "Jennifer, I don't recall you having a friend by that name." "Dear, are you quite certain you're feeling well?" The recordings from this period reveal a woman, or rather two women. In the midst of a philosophical revolution, her nighttime companion had become more assertive, more persuasive in its arguments about the nature of reality. "You're clinging to an outdated model of existence," it said. "You've been taught to believe in fixed truths, permanent identities, immutable past events. But what if that's simply one way of organizing experience? What if there are other ways, better ways?" Her recorded self was increasingly receptive to these ideas. "Yeah, I'm beginning to see what you mean," she said. "I've been so concerned with preserving things as they were, but perhaps change is more natural than I thought. Perhaps I've been fighting against something that was meant to happen." The woman who listened to these conversations each morning recognized the voice as her own, but felt increasingly distanced from the person speaking. It was as if she were eavesdropping on someone else's spiritual awakening, someone who happened to share her vocal cords but none of her fundamental convictions about the nature of reality. The crisis came on a Tuesday morning in November. Veronica awoke to find her flat, subtly but unmistakably altered. The furniture was the same but arranged differently. The books on her shelves were familiar, but not quite the collection she remembered. Most disturbing of all, the photographs on her mantelpiece showed a life she didn't recognize: holidays. She had never taken celebrations. She had never attended people she had never met but who seemed to know her intimately. She called her mother, hoping for reassurance, but found instead a woman who spoke to her with polite warmth rather than maternal affection. "It's lovely to hear from you, dear," her mother said. "How are things at the museum?" "Museum," Veronica said. "I work at the library." There was a pause. "Oh yes, of course, I am sorry. I don't know why I said that. How are things at the library?" But her mother's voice carried a note of uncertainty, as if she were reading from a script she didn't quite understand. The recording from the previous night provided some explanation, though not the kind Veronica had hoped for. Her nighttime companion had been particularly philosophical, discussing the arbitrary nature of personal history and the liberating potential of reinvention. "You've been carrying the weight of a past that no longer serves you," it had said. "But what if you could let that go? What if you could become the person you were always meant to be, unencumbered by the accidents of history?" Her recorded self had been eager to embrace this possibility. "Yes," she had said, with the enthusiasm that was entirely foreign to the woman who played back these words. "I'm ready to let go. I'm ready to be free." But freedom, Veronica was beginning to understand, was perhaps not what she had imagined it to be. The final recording was different from all the others. Her voice was there but changed, more confident, more assured, but also somehow less recognizably her own. The conversation was brief, more like a formal conclusion than the rambling philosophical discussions of previous nights. "I think we've accomplished what we set out to do," her recorded self was saying. "The transition is nearly complete." "Nearly," agreed the mysterious companion. "There are still a few, adjustments to be made, but you've been very cooperative, more so than most. I am grateful. Her recorded self replied, I understand now that my old life was rather cramped, wasn't it? All those unnecessary limitations, all that pointless clinging to things that were never really important precisely. And now you have the opportunity to live more authentically, to be the person you were always meant to be, free from the constraints of arbitrary history. There was a pause. Then her recorded voice continued. Oh, I remember any of this? Remember what the companion asked? And there was something in its tone, a hint of amusement perhaps, or satisfaction, that made the woman listening to the recording feel suddenly cold. This conversation these nights, the transition process, oh, I think it's better if you don't, the voice said. Gently, memory can be such a burden. Don't you think so much more peaceful to simply exist in the present moment, without all that unnecessary baggage from the past? The recording ended there. The woman who had been Veronica Hartwell continued to live in the flat on the second floor, continued to work at what she now remembered as the museum rather than the library, continued to maintain her weekly telephone calls with the woman she thought of as her mother. But she no longer used the recording device. Indeed, she had no memory of ever having owned such a thing. Her sleep was peaceful. Now, untroubled by the insomnia that had once plagued her, she slept deeply and dreamlessly, waking each morning refreshed and content. Her life had acquired a smoothness, a seamless quality that she found quite satisfactory. There were no more troubling discrepancies, no more uncomfortable questions about memory or identity. Everything fitted together perfectly, like a well-constructed puzzle. Sometimes, in quiet moments, she would experience a brief sensation of something missing, a faint echo of anxiety, a shadow of loss. But these feelings passed quickly and she rarely paused to examine them. Life was too pleasant, too well-ordered to waste time on such vague discomforts. The recording device remained where she had left it, forgotten, the drawer of her nightstand. Occasionally, in the deep hours of the night, its red light would activate briefly, as if responding to some inaudible signal. But there was no one awake to notice this, and by morning the light was always dark. The conversations, it seemed, were complete. In the basement of the hospital, the sleep study technician occasionally mentioned the unusual case to her colleagues, the woman whose brain waves showed perfect sleep while her voice recorder captured hours of impossible dialogue. But gradually, as is the way with such things, the memory faded. The equipment, after all, could not lie. The woman had slept soundly through the night, and that was the only truth that mattered. The recordings themselves had been returned to the patient, who had accepted them with polite confusion. I'm sorry, she had said, but I think there's been some mistake. I don't recall participating in any sleep study, and I've never owned a recording device. The technician had checked her files, found everything in order, and sent the woman on her way later. She could never quite remember what the woman had looked like or what they had discussed. The mind, she knew, was remarkably good at forgetting things that didn't make sense. This was probably for the best epilogue. The flat on the second floor changed hands 6 months later. The new tenant, a graduate student named Patricia, found the place charming though oddly impersonal, as if the previous occupant had left no trace of actual habitation. In the drawer of the bedroom nightstand she discovered a small digital recording device, apparently forgotten by whoever had lived there before. Patricia was researching her thesis on sleep disorders and found the device useful for recording her own sleep patterns. For several weeks it captured only the ordinary sounds of night, her breathing, the occasional murmur of sleep speech, the building's familiar creaks and sighs. Then came the morning when she played back the recording and heard something unexpected. Her own voice engaged in conversation, but someone who spoke with a gentle, melodious tone and the faintest trace of an accent she couldn't identify. I've been having the most interesting dreams lately. Her recorded self was saying, dreams about places I've never been, people I've never met, but they feel more real than my waking life somehow. How fascinating. The other voice replied. Tell me more about these dreams. I suspect they might be more significant than you realize. Patricia listened to the entire conversation with growing unease. She had no memory of speaking during the night, no recollection of the dreams her recorded self described so vividly, but the voice was unmistakably her own, and the discussion that followed was unlike any she remembered having with another person. As she prepared for bed that evening, Patricia found herself looking forward to discovering what her mysterious companion might have to say next. The anticipation was both thrilling and somehow troubling, though she couldn't quite articulate why. She placed the recorder in its customary position on the nightstand and settled into sleep with unusual ease. In her dreams, she thought she could hear someone speaking, a voice that was calm and gentle and seemed to know exactly what she needed to hear. But in the morning she would remember only the sound of someone calling her name and the sense that she had been invited to participate in something wonderful and strange and utterly transformative. The red light on the recording device glowed steadily through the night, capturing every word. Story 3. The thing about Kilcara is that it looks like every other village tucked into the folds of the Wicklow Mountains: stone cottages with slate roofs, narrow lanes that twist between hedgerows thick with blackthorn, the kind of place tourists drive through without stopping, thinking it's quaint but unremarkable. What they don't notice, what they couldn't notice unless they stayed past sunset, is how every window goes dark the moment the sun touches the horizon, not just the lights going out. That would be normal enough in a place where the nearest cinema is 30 kilometers away and the pub closes at 9 o'clock. No, what's strange is how the curtains are drawn with such deliberate precision, how every surface that might catch and hold a reflection disappears behind heavy fabric or thick wooden shutters. The tourists don't stay long enough to learn that in Kilcara, mirrors are forbidden after dark. I learned this rule the way all children do, through whispered warnings and half-heard conversations, through the sick flutter in my stomach when I accidentally glimpsed my face in the bathroom mirror after bedtime and saw how my mother's mouth went white around the edges. The rule was simple: no reflective surfaces after sunset, no exceptions, no questions asked. Looking glasses were stored face down in felt-lined boxes. Mobile phone screens stayed firmly pressed against tables. Even the still water in rain barrels was covered with wooden planks. Each evening, though, no one ever explained why. The explanation, when it finally came, arrived the way most important truths do in small Irish villages, sideways through a story that might have been folklore or might have been something else entirely. I was 11 when Mrs. Dooney told me about the fetches. It happened on October evening when the darkness came early and thick, pressing against the windows of her cottage like something alive. I'd been sent to deliver eggs from our hands, and Mrs. Dooney, who was old enough to remember when the village had twice as many houses and none of them stood empty, invited me in for tea and biscuits. She had the kind of face that belonged in a painting of rural Ireland, deeply lined with eyes, the color of winter seas, and she spoke with the careful deliberation of someone who'd spent decades choosing her words with precision. She told me about the fetches while the wind rattled her windows and the fire cast dancing shadows on the walls that had no mirrors to catch them. Long ago, Mrs. Dooney said, her voice taking on the ritual cadence of a story told many times before your grandmother's grandmother was born. The people of this village learned that death casts a shadow, not the kind you see on a sunny day, mind you. This shadow moves on its own, walks around wearing your face, learning your habits. The old people called them fetches, beings that look exactly like you but carry your death with them like a scent you can't wash off. I remember shifting closer to the fire, though the cottage wasn't cold. Something in her tone made my skin prickle with the kind of awareness that comes before thunder. The fetches appear in mirrors. After dark, Mrs. Dooney continued, her fingers wrapped around her teacup like she was anchoring herself to something solid. They study you, copy your expressions, practice being you, and when they've learned enough, when they know every gesture and every thought that crosses your face, they step out of the glass and take your place in the world. You disappear and they live your life until it's time for the death. They were made to carry the rational part of my mind, the part that had learned about refraction and reflection school. The new mirrors were simply pieces of silver glass wanted to dismiss the story as superstition. But the deeper part, the part that had noticed how everyone in Kilcara moved with a particular kind of careful awareness after sunset, recognized truth when it heard it. "How do you know?" I asked. Mrs. Dooney set down her teacup with the slow precision of ritual, because 300 years ago this village had twice as many families, and because I've seen what happens when people forget to cover their mirrors at night. She didn't elaborate and I didn't ask. Some knowledge arrives when you're ready for it. And at 11 o'clock, I wasn't ready to hear about people disappearing into their own reflections. I accepted the rule. The way children accept gravity as a fundamental law that kept the world functioning properly. The acceptance lasted until I turned 16 and fell in love with rebellion. The way teenagers do, completely desperately, without consideration for consequences. My name is Neve Casey and I've lived in Kilcara my entire life, which means I've spent 16 years watching the same seasonal rhythms, listening to the same stories, following the same rules that my parents and their parents followed before them. I've also spent 16 years being told that questioning those rules would bring nothing but trouble, that some traditions exist for reasons too important to examine. At 16, I decided that was bollocks. The rebellion started small, the way they always do. I began staying up past sunset, sitting by my bedroom window and watching the village transform itself into something careful and closed. I studied the way people move through the darkened streets quickly, purposefully, never lingering near shop windows or puddles that might hold their reflection. I counted the minutes between when Mrs. Aliven's kitchen light went out and when her heavy curtain slid shut, erasing even the possibility of reflected lamplight. What I noticed after weeks of observation was how young everyone in Kilcara looked for their ages. Not young. In an obvious way, they had wrinkles, gray hair, the physical markers of time passing, but their eyes held something that belonged to people decades younger, a kind of brightness that should have dimmed with experience but somehow hadn't. It was my friend Rasheen who first suggested that the mirror prohibition might be connected to the village's unusual demographics. Rasheen McKenna was the only person to my age who had grown up elsewhere before moving to Kilcara with her parents 5 years earlier. She'd spent her childhood in Dublin, where mirrors stayed uncovered all night and people lived ordinary spans of ordinary years. She noticed things that those of us born to the village had learned not to see. "Think about it," she said one afternoon as we walked the narrow road that connected Kilcara to the outside world. "When was the last time you heard about someone dying of old age here? When was the last time you saw anyone who looked genuinely ancient, not just middle-aged, with gray hair?" I tried to remember funerals, memorial services, the kind of community gatherings that marked the natural end of long lives. The memories were surprisingly vague, like trying to recall the details of dreams. "People move away," I said, though the words felt hollow even as I spoke them. "When they get old, they go to live with family in the cities, do they?" Hasheen's voice carried the gentle persistence of someone following a logical thread to its conclusion. "Have you ever gotten a letter from someone who moved away, a visit from someone who used to live here?" I couldn't answer, because the honest answer was no. People disappeared from Kilcara the way morning mists disappeared from the mountains, gradually, imperceptibly, until one day you realized they were simply gone, and you couldn't quite remember when you'd last seen them. That night, lying in bed and staring at the ceiling while my parents' voices drifted up from the kitchen below, I began to understand that the story of the fetches might be true in ways I hadn't considered, not supernatural beings that stepped out of mirrors, perhaps, but something else entirely, something that explained why everyone in the village looked decades younger than they should, why no one ever seemed to die of natural causes, why the rule about mirrors was enforced, with the kind of desperate consistency usually reserved for matters of survival. The understanding grew slowly over the following weeks, fed by careful observation and the accumulation of small inconsistencies that had been hiding in plain sight. Mrs. Dooney, who claimed to be 73, had skin that belonged to someone in her 50s. Mr. Gallagher, the village postmaster, had been delivering mail for as long as anyone could remember, but his hands were steady and his back was straight, in defiance of the decades he claimed to have lived. Most telling of all was the way people spoke about the past. They had detailed memories of events from 20 or 30 years ago, but anything beyond that became vague, uncertain, as if they were recalling stories they'd heard rather than experiences they'd lived. I began to suspect that the fetches were real, but not in the way Mrs. Dooney had described them. I suspected they were already here walking among us, wearing faces they'd borrowed so long ago that even they had forgotten the theft. The antique mirror arrived in November, carried into the village by a Dublin dealer who specialized in estate sales and hadn't been warned about local customs. He set up his truck in the square on market day, displaying furniture and decorative objects, with the cheerful ignorance of someone who'd never learned that some things were better left buried. The mirror was beautiful in the way that genuinely old things are beautiful, not perfect, but authentic. Its silver backing had developed dark spots that looked like storm clouds, and its ornate frame bore the patina of centuries. It stood nearly 4 feet tall, tilted against the side of the dealer's truck, like it was posing for admirers. I saw it first drawn by the way. The afternoon light seemed to pool in its surface, creating depths that ordinary mirrors didn't possess. But I wasn't the only one who noticed it. Within minutes, a small crowd had gathered and the expressions on their faces were unlike anything I'd ever seen in Colcara, a mixture of longing and terror, like people dying of thirst who'd been offered poison water. Mrs. Dooney pushed through the crowd with unusual force, her face pale and determined. "That needs to go," she told the dealer, her voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. Now, before evening, the dealer, a soft-looking man in his 60s who clearly hadn't expected hostility, began to stammer explanations about prices and provenance. Mrs. Dooney cut him off with a gesture. "I'll buy it," she said. "Right now, full asking price if you load it back in a truck and drive it out of the village before sunset." But before the dealer could respond, before Mrs. Dooney could complete whatever protective ritual she had in mind, I stepped forward and heard my own voice saying, "I'll take it." The words seemed to come from somewhere outside myself, as if the mirror had reached across the space between us and plucked them from the air. Mrs. Dooney turned to stare at me with an expression of absolute horror, and I realized that I just crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed. "Neve," she said, and my name in her mouth sounded like a prayer or a curse. "You don't understand what you're asking for." But I did understand, or thought I did. I understood that the mirror represented answers to questions that had been forbidden for 3 centuries. I understood that whatever was true about the fetches, about the village's unnatural preservation of youth, about the careful rituals that governed our lives after dark, could be discovered by someone brave enough to look directly into the glass after sunset. I paid the dealer with money I'd saved from part-time work at the village shop, ignoring Mrs. Dooney's increasingly desperate protests. The mirror was surprisingly heavy, requiring both the dealer and Mr. Gallagher to load it into my father's truck, and I could feel the weight of the entire village watching as we drove it home. My parents were at work, which meant I had several hours to position the mirror in my bedroom and prepare for whatever revelation awaited. I chose a spot near the window where the last rays of afternoon light could reach. It then spent the remaining daylight hours alternating between excitement and a growing sense of unease that felt like standing on the edge of a very high cliff. As sunset approached, I could hear my parents returning home. Their voices carrying the particular tone that meant they'd heard about the mirror and were deciding how to handle their daughter's latest act of rebellion. I locked my bedroom door and settled into the chair I positioned facing the glass, watching as the light gradually faded and the village began its nightly transformation into something careful and closed. The first thing I noticed was how different my reflection looked. In the antique mirror, the silver backing had developed imperfections over the centuries, creating subtle distortions that made my face appear older, more angular, like I was looking at myself through the lens of accumulated time. My eyes seemed darker and my mouth more serious, as if the mirror was showing me not who I was, but who I might become. For the first hour, nothing happened. My reflection remained perfectly ordinary, mimicking my movements with the precision of physics and optics. I began to wonder if the stories were simply superstition. After all, If I'd spend my savings on an antique curiosity, that would do nothing but collect dust in my bedroom. Then, just as I was beginning to feel foolish, my reflection stopped mimicking my movements. It was subtle, at first, a delay of perhaps half a second between my gesture and its echo in the glass. I raised my hand to touch my hair and my reflection raised its hand. A moment later, like there was lag in a video connection, I shifted in my chair and my reflection shifted afterward, not quite matching the timing. My rational mind offered explanations. The old silver backing created optical illusions. The dim lighting was playing tricks on my perception. The stories I'd grown up hearing were influencing what I thought I was seeing. But as I continued to watch, the delay grew longer, more obvious, until my reflection was moving independently of my actions entirely. She looked exactly like me, same dark hair, same pale skin marked with the same small scar above my left eyebrow, same clothes, but she was studying me with an expression I'd never worn, a combination of curiosity and something that might have been pity. When she spoke, her voice was my voice, but the words were her own. "You don't look like I expected," she said, tilting her head to examine me from different angles. "Younger, maybe less worn." I found my voice, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. "You're my fetch." She laughed, and the sound was strange because it was my laugh, but directed at something I hadn't found amusing. "Is that what they told you? That I'm here to steal your life and carry your death, aren't you?" "Oh no," she said, and the way she pronounced my name was identical to how I said it, but somehow conveyed depths of meaning I'd never heard before. "The villagers have been lying to you for 300 years. I'm not your fetch, you're mine." The statement hung in the air between us like smoke from a fire that couldn't be extinguished. I stared at her, at myself, trying to process words that my mind rejected, even as some deeper part of me recognized their truth. "That's impossible," I said. "Look around the village." My reflection replied. "Really, look, everyone appears decades younger than they should be, don't they? No one dies of old age, no one even ages the way people do in the outside world. Have you ever wondered why?" I had wondered, but I'd never followed the wondering to its logical conclusion. 3 centuries ago, my reflection continued. The people of Kilcara discovered something remarkable about mirrors in time and the nature of death itself. They learned that every person casts what you might call a death shadow, a reflection that carries all the aging, all the accumulated damage, all the mortality that should belong to the original. They learned how to trap those shadows in mirrors, how to separate themselves from their own deaths. The room felt colder, though the temperature hadn't changed. The villagers, you know, the people who raised you and told you stories about dangerous fetches, aren't the originals. They're the death shadows who managed to escape their mirror centuries ago, who stepped out of the glass and took over the lives they were meant to carry to the grave. The real villagers, the originals, are trapped here. She gestured to the space around her, which looked like my bedroom, but somehow wasn't. We've been waiting for generations, watching our stolen lives being lived by our own mortality. I thought about Mrs. Dooney's unnaturally youthful skin, about Mr. Gallagher's steady hands, about the way everyone in Kilcara moved with the energy of people far younger than their claimed ages. "You're lying," I said, but the words carried no conviction. "Am I?" "Think about your family." "Nah, think about your parents, your grandparents, everyone you've ever known in this village. Have you ever seen a photograph of them from before you were born? Have you ever heard stories about their childhoods that weren't vague and inconsistent? Have you ever met anyone who knew them before they came to Kilcara?" The questions hit like physical blows because I couldn't answer them. My parents spoke about their past in the same vague terms. Everyone in the village used as if their lives had begun the day they arrived in Kilcara, and everything before that was uncertain territory. The prohibition against mirrors after dark isn't to keep fetches out. My reflection continued. It's to keep us in, to prevent the originals from communicating with their successors, from revealing the truth about what was done to us. I stood up from my chair, needing to move, needing to do something other than sit still and listen to my own voice, dismantling everything I believed about my life. If this is true, I said, if everyone in the village is what you're saying they are, then why tell me what do you want? My reflection smiled, and it was my smile, but somehow sadder, more knowing. I want what was stolen from me. I want my life back, and you're going to help me get it. How there's a ritual. She said something the original villagers discovered before they were trapped. If you shatter the mirror while we're both looking into it, while the connection between us is strongest, I can step out and take my proper place in the world. You'll go into the mayor and I'll live the life that should have been mine from the beginning. The proposal hung between us like a bridge I could choose to cross or burn. Why would I do that? I asked. Even if everything you're saying is true, why would I give up my life? Because it's not your life. My reflection said, gently, it never was. You're the death I was supposed to die, the aging I was supposed to experience, the mortality I was supposed to carry. You're living a stolen existence, and every day you remain in the world is another day of injustice. I looked at her, at myself, and tried to find some flaw in her logic, some argument that would prove her wrong. But the more I thought about it, the more sense it made. The village's impossible preservation of youth, the vague stories about the past, the desperate enforcement of rules that no one would explain, all of it pointed toward a truth that was larger and more terrible than I'd imagined. How do I know you're telling the truth? I asked. Look in any mirror in the village tomorrow night, she said. You'll see others like me. All of us trapped, all of us waiting for the chance to reclaim what was taken. The entire history of Kalkara is written in glass Neve, 3 centuries of stolen lives and imprisoned souls, all because the original villagers were too afraid of death to face it honestly. I thought about Mrs. Dooney's expression when she'd seen the antique mirror, about the way the entire village had reacted, with a mixture of longing and terror. They'd known what the mirror represented, what it could reveal. They'd spent generations protecting a lie that kept them alive at the cost of others' freedom. What happens to them if I do this? I asked. What happens to the people I've known as my parents, my neighbors, everyone in Kilcara? They return to the mirrors where they belong. My reflection said they become what they were always supposed to be, the death shadows of people who died 300 years ago. The natural order is restored. The weight of the decision felt enormous, like choosing between 2 different versions of reality. I could continue living the life I'd always known, accepting that it was built on a foundation of supernatural theft, or I could surrender everything I was to correct an injustice that predated my existence. I need time to think. I said time is something we don't have. Much of my reflection replied, the connection between us is strongest now, while the mirror is new to the village and the old protections haven't been reinforced. Wait too long and the opportunity will pass. The villagers will find a way to destroy the mirror or drive you away from it, and another generation will pass before the truth can be revealed again. I looked around my bedroom, at the familiar furniture, the books I'd read, the photographs of friends and family. The documented a life I was now being told was fundamentally false. Everything looked exactly the same, but it felt different now, like props in a play I hadn't realized I was performing. If I do this, I said slowly. If I shatter the mirror and trade places with you, what guarantee do I have that you'll treat the people I care about with kindness? What's to stop you from taking revenge on them for what happened centuries ago? My reflection considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. None, she said. Finally, you have no guarantee except my word, and even that might mean nothing to you, since we're strangers despite sharing the same face. But consider this, if our positions were reversed, if you had been trapped in a mirror for 3 centuries while someone else lived your life, what would you want? Justice or mercy? The question was impossible to answer, because I couldn't imagine the accumulated weight of centuries of imprisonment, the slow madness of watching my own life being lived by someone else. I spent the rest of the night sitting by the mirror, talking with my reflection about the nature of identity and the price of immortality. Oh, she told me stories about the original Kilcara, about the village as it had existed before the Great Theft, when people aged and died according to natural laws, and mirrors were simply pieces of silver glass that showed you your own face. She described a community where death was accepted as part of life, where generations followed one another in the proper sequence, where children buried their parents and became elders themselves in turn. It sounded both foreign and familiar, like a song I'd heard once and then forgotten. As dawn approached, my reflection began to fade, becoming translucent like early morning mist. The connection weakens with daylight, she explained, but I'll be here tomorrow night and the night after that, as long as the mirror remains uncovered. The choice is yours, New York, but it's not a choice you can postpone indefinitely. The mirror returned to showing my ordinary reflection, and I was left alone with a decision that felt too large for any 16-year-old to make. I spent the following day moving through the village with new eyes, studying the faces of people I'd known my entire life and trying to reconcile what I saw with what I'd learned. Mrs. Dooney, standing behind the counter of her small shop, looked every bit the elderly woman she claimed to be, until you noticed the steadiness of her hands, the clarity of her eyes, the way she moved with the unconscious grace of someone decades younger. Mr. Gallagher, sorting mail with methodical precision, had the kind of institutional memory that suggested he'd been performing the same job for far longer than any human lifespan would allow. When I asked him about the village's history, about the families who'd lived there before my parents' generation, his answers were careful and non-specific, as if he was reciting information he'd memorized rather than experiences he'd lived. Most disturbing of all was my own parents' reaction when I mentioned the mirror. They didn't forbid me from using it, didn't try to remove it from my room. Instead, they spoke about it with the kind of careful neutrality that suggested they were afraid of revealing too much through their opposition. "Just be careful, love," my mother said over dinner, her voice carrying undertones I'd never heard before. "Some things are better left alone." "The old stories exist, for good reasons," my father added, and when I pressed him to explain what those reasons were, he changed the subject with the kind of practiced deflection that spoke of long experience, avoiding difficult truths. That night I returned to the mirror with a heart full of questions and a mind that refused to settle on answers. My reflection was waiting for me, looking exactly as she had the night before, but somehow more substantial, as if our conversations were strengthening the connection between us. "Have you decided?" she asked. "I need to understand more." I said, "If what you're telling me is true, if the entire village is built on this theft, then why hasn't anyone from the outside world noticed? Why hasn't anyone investigated the fact that people here don't age normally? Because the outside world sees what it expects to see." My reflection replied, "Official records are maintained, documents are filed, but they're all false. The death shadows who live your lives have had 3 centuries to perfect their deception. They've learned how to create the appearance of normal mortality while avoiding its reality." She gestured toward the window, where the lights of the village twinkled in the darkness like stars that had fallen to earth. "Look at the parish records, naive. Look at the birth and death certificates, the census data, all the official documentation that proves this is an ordinary village with ordinary mortality rates. It's all been carefully constructed to hide the truth. People die here, according to the records. They die at appropriate ages, of appropriate causes, and they're buried in the churchyard with appropriate ceremonies. What the records don't show is that the people who die are volunteers, death shadows who've grown tired of their stolen existence and chosen to return to their mirrors, making room for the next generation of theft." The explanation was so elaborate, so comprehensive, that it felt like either the most sophisticated lie I'd ever heard or the most terrible truth. "Show me," I said, "if others like you exist in mirrors throughout the village, show me how to see them." My reflection smiled with what looked like relief. cover every reflective surface in your house except this mirror. Then, at midnight, look into any shop window as you walk through the village. The protections are weakest in public spaces, and you'll see us looking back generations of originals, all waiting for someone brave enough to shatter the glass. I spent the next hour, following her instructions, covering the bathroom mirror with a towel, turning my mobile phone face down, even draping fabric over the glass doors of the kitchen cabinets. My parents were asleep, unaware that their daughter was preparing to discover whether the foundations of her world were built on lies. At 11:30, I slipped out of the house and began walking through the darkened streets of Kilcara. The village looked exactly as it always had, quiet, peaceful, the kind of place where nothing extraordinary ever happened. But as I approached the first shop window, I began to see what the darkness had been hiding. They were there just as my reflection had promised, faces in the glass that looked familiar but somehow different, like photographs of my neighbors taken decades ago, when they'd been younger, more vital, more genuinely human. Mrs. Dooney stood behind the window of her shop, but this version of her had lines around her eyes that spoke of genuine aging hands that showed the accumulated weight of years, a posture that belonged to someone who'd lived an entire lifetime. Honestly, Mr. Gallagher looked out from the post office window with an expression of infinite sadness, his face bearing the marks of genuine age, his eyes holding the kind of weariness that comes from decades of imprisonment. In every shop window, in every reflecting surface that hadn't been covered by the village's nightly ritual of concealment, I saw them, the originals, the people who'd been trapped when the great theft occurred 3 centuries ago. They watched me with expressions that mixed hope and desperation, as if I represented the first chance they'd had in generations to reclaim their stolen lives. The sight should have terrified me. Instead, it filled me with an anger so pure and complete that it felt like discovering I'd been living inside a lie so enormous that even my own identity was part of the deception. I returned home and sat before the antique mirror, staring at my own face, which was and wasn't my own face, and trying to process the magnitude of what I'd learned. "Now you understand my reflection," said when she appeared. "The entire village is a monument to theft, a community built on the foundation of stolen time and imprisoned souls. Every person you've ever known, every relationship you've ever had, has been with someone wearing a face that doesn't belong to them, including my parents," I said, "including your parents. The people who raised you, who gave you their name and their love, are the death shadows of strangers who died 3 centuries ago. The real Casey family has been watching from mirrors for generations, waiting for someone to set things right. The revelation should have destroyed my capacity for rational thought, but instead it clarified everything. The strange inconsistencies I'd noticed throughout my life, the stories that never quite made sense, the way everyone in Kilcar seemed to be performing a role rather than living authentically, all of it pointed to a truth that was both impossible and undeniable. "If I do this," I said slowly, "if I shatter the mirror and trade places with you, what happens to the memories I've accumulated? What happens to the relationships I've built, even if they were built on false foundations?" "You'll retain everything," my reflection assured me, "the memories, the emotions, the love you feel for the people who raised you. None of that disappears. What changes is your understanding of what those relationships mean. Your awareness of the cost at which they were purchased." She leaned forward, her face filling the mirror's surface. "Nav, I know this is difficult. I know I'm asking you to sacrifice everything you believe about yourself and your life. But consider the alternative. Consider spending the rest of your existence knowing that every breath you take is stolen from someone else, that every day you live is built on the foundation of their imprisonment. Could you bear that knowledge? Could you continue to be happy, knowing what happiness costs?" I couldn't answer, because the question touched something in me that I'd never examined before, a sense of justice that ran deeper than self-preservation, a recognition that some wrongs were too fundamental to ignore. I spent that night walking through the village again, studying the faces of people I'd known my entire life and trying to reconcile what I saw with what I'd learned. The weight of the decision pressed against my chest like a physical thing. Not the fear of death exactly, but the fear of giving up everything I believed about myself and my place in the world. When I returned home, my parents were still asleep, unaware that their daughter was contemplating a choice that would unravel the foundations of their existence. I made breakfast with hands that trembled slightly, watching them eat and laugh and plan their day, while knowing that this might be one of the last mornings we would share as a family. The decision, when it finally came, arrived not as a moment of revelation but as a gradual recognition of what I'd known in my heart from the moment I'd first seen my reflection moving independently in the antique mirror. This wasn't about preventing catastrophe or saving the world. It was about justice, about acknowledging that the life I'd been living was built on someone else's imprisonment and that continuing to live it would make me complicit in a theft that had lasted 3 centuries. I couldn't bear the weight of that knowledge. I couldn't wake up each morning knowing that my existence came at the cost of someone else's freedom, that every breath I took was stolen from the girl who should have been living this life all along. That evening I sat before the mirror and spoke to my reflection. For the last time I'll do it. I said I'll shatter the mirror and trade places with you, but I need you to promise me something. What? Be kind to them, to the people who raised me, to the neighbors who've been living stolen lives without understanding the cost. When they return to their mirrors, when they realize what they've been and what they've done, remember that they were victims too. They didn't choose this theft. It was chosen for them by people who died 3 centuries ago. My reflection nodded solemnly. I promise the transition will be as gentle as I can make it, and I'll help them understand what's happening. They deserve compassion, not punishment. I picked up the hammer I'd brought from my father's tool shed, hefting its weight and testing my grip. Is there anything else I should know? I asked. Only that you're braver than I would have been at your age. My reflection said, and that what you're doing matters more than you can possibly understand. You're not just saving Kilcara. You're restoring the natural order that was broken 3 centuries ago. Death will return to being a natural transition rather than something to be avoided through theft, and life will become precious again because it's limited. I raised a hammer, then pause. Will I remember this conversation? Will I remember why I chose to do this? You'll remember everything, my reflection assured me. The memories will be part of what you carry into the mirror, part of what makes you who you are. The imprisonment won't erase your identity. It will preserve it. I nodded, understanding that this was as much comfort as she could offer. Then, before I could lose my nerve or think too deeply about what I was about to sacrifice, I brought the hammer down against the surface of the antique mirror. The glass didn't shatter the way modern mirrors do, exploding into 1,000 sharp fragments. Instead, it cracked slowly, deliberately, like ice breaking under pressure. The fissures spread outward from the point of impact in patterns that looked almost organic, as if the mirror was a living thing that was dying by degrees. As the crack spread, I felt something shift inside my chest, not painful exactly, but profound, like the moment between sleeping and waking, when you're aware of transitioning between 2 different states of being. The world around me began to feel less solid, less immediate, as if I was viewing it through glass that was growing progressively thicker. My reflection stepped forward as I stepped back, and for a moment we occupied the same space, existing in perfect superposition, like quantum particles that hadn't yet decided which reality to inhabit. I could feel her memories mixing with mine, centuries of watching, waiting, hoping for this moment. I could taste her relief like copper in my mouth, smell her freedom like ozone after lightning. Then the transition completed itself, and I was looking out from inside the mirror while she stood in my bedroom, flexing her fingers and breathing air that belonged to the living world. The change was less dramatic than I'd expected. I could still see my bedroom clearly, could still hear the sounds of the village settling into sleep, could still feel the weight of my own thoughts and emotions. What was different was the quality of distance that separated me from everything I was observing. It was like being underwater and looking up at the surface. Everything was visible, but somehow unreachable. She looked at me with an expression of profound gratitude. "Thank you," she said, and her voice carried the weight of 3 centuries of imprisonment. "I know what this cost you and I won't forget it. Take care of them," I said, though I wasn't sure if my voice could reach her from inside the mirror. "Remember that they're victims too," she nodded. Then began the process of becoming me, or rather becoming herself in the life that should have been hers from the beginning. Over the following weeks, I watched her interactions with my parents, my friends, the people of Kilcara, who had no idea that their carefully maintained world was beginning to change. She was gentler than I'd expected, more patient with the deception than I might have been. When my parents asked about the broken mirror, she told them it had been an accident and they helped her dispose of the fragments with what looked like relief. But something had shifted in the village's careful balance. The other death shadows began aging more visibly, their borrowed youth finally catching up with them as the act of willing exchange disrupted whatever magic had sustained the great theft. Mrs. Dooney developed lines around her eyes that spoke of genuine weariness. Mr. Gallagher's hands began to shake with the tremor of accumulated years. The girl who had taken my place helped them understand what was happening. She explained the history of Kilcara, the nature of the theft that had sustained them, the fact that their return to the mirrors was not death but a restoration of natural order. Some of them were angry, some were frightened, but most seemed relieved to finally understand why their lives had always felt somehow incomplete. The transition took several months, during which I watched the village transform itself from a monument to supernatural theft into something approaching emptiness. The death shadows aged and faded and eventually returned to their mirrors, where they joined the originals, who had been waiting for centuries. The process was peaceful, almost gentle, like watching flowers bloom in reverse. When it was over, she was alone in Kilcara, the only living person in a village full of memories and watching eyes. She stayed for a few more weeks, walking through the deserted streets and sitting in the abandoned houses, saying goodbye to a place that had been both her prison and her home. Then she left, taking nothing but the clothes she wore and the documents that prove her legal existence. In the outside world, I watched her go with feelings that were too complex to name: pride in what we'd accomplished together, sadness at the loneliness that awaited her, and a strange sense of completion that came from knowing I'd chosen correctly. From my place in the class, I could see her future stretching ahead, uncertain but honest in ways that life in Kilcara had never been. She would age, naturally love, genuinely die when her time came. She would live the life I had given up, and she would live it well. And I would remain here, watching from the mirrors of an empty village, carrying the weight of its history, in the memory of a choice that had cost everything but given back something more precious, the knowledge that some truths are worth any price and that justice, even when it comes at the cost of everything you've ever known, is still justice. The fetches are real, but not in the way the stories claim. We're the ones who chose to pay the price for other people's theft, who traded our lives for the restoration of something that should never have been broken. And sometimes late at night, when the boundary between worlds grows thin, we whisper our stories to the empty houses of Kilcara, ensuring that the truth is never entirely forgotten. This is what remains: an empty village, a handful of mirrors that hold more than reflections, and the echo of a 16-year-old girl who discovered that the hardest choices are often the only ones worth making. Story 4, Chapter 1. The Sound of Sorrow. The first time Judith Patton heard the wailing, she was standing at the frost-etched window of her rented room above Holbrook's General Store, watching the snow fall like ash from a peter sky. She had been in Winter Hollow for 3 days by then, long enough to grow accustomed to the peculiar rhythms of the small Connecticut town, long enough to notice the way conversation stopped when she entered her room, long enough to feel the weight of eyes that followed her movements with more than casual interest. But nothing had prepared her for the sound that came threading through the December wind. A keening, so desolate, so utterly bereft of hope that her breath caught in her throat and her coffee cup trembled against her lips. It rose and fell, with the gusting wind seeming to emanate from the direction of Mercy Lake, that dark mirror of water that lay frozen now beneath winter's cruel hand. The sound was not quite human, yet not entirely inhuman either. Something caught between the two, suspended in a liminal space, that made her skin prickle with primitive unease. Judith had come to Winter Hollow 3 days before Christmas, armed with nothing more than a rented Ford, a thermos of coffee that had long since gone cold, and the stubborn skepticism that had served her well in 15 years of investigative journalism. The story had first caught her attention 6 months earlier, buried in the morgue files of the Hartford Courant, brief mentions spanning decades of the Winter Hollow mystery, always relegated to the back pages, always treated with the sort of abuse condescension reserved for small-town folklore. She had initially dismissed it as just another ghost story, the kind of manufactured legend that tourist boards love to promote. But something about the consistency of the reports had nagged at her. Every winter without fail, residents of Winter Hollow reported hearing the cries of the Mercy Lake Witch, a woman allegedly drowned in the lake's icy waters sometime in the colonial period. Local legend claimed she had been accused of consorting with dark forces, though historical records were frustratingly vague on the details. What had transformed her casual interest into professional obsession were the other reports buried deeper in the archives. Missing persons cases, always during the harshest winter storms, always involving outsiders. Traveling salesmen in the 1940s, lost motorists in the 1960s, the occasional journalist or folklorist drawn by the witch legend. In more recent decades, the disappearances were spaced years apart, never quite frequent enough to establish a clear pattern, never quite dramatic enough to attract sustained attention from state authorities. The locals, when pressed by past investigators, invariably claimed the missing had simply left town. Winter Hollow was not the sort of place that held strangers for long, they would say, with the sort of knowing looks that passed between people who shared secrets. The cold was bitter, the roads treacherous. People left. It was as simple as that. But Judith had spent weeks studying the meteorological records, cross-referencing them with the missing persons reports, and found something that made her pulse quicken with the thrill of discovery. Every disappearance had occurred within 48 hours of when local residents reported hearing the witch's wails, most clearly every single one. That pattern had brought her to Winter Hollow on a gray December morning, her laptop loaded with research files and her mind buzzing with the particular energy that came with sensing a story that might be larger than it initially appeared. Now, standing at her window and listening to that terrible sound threading through the winter night, Judith felt the familiar stirring of investigative hunger mixed with something else, something that felt uncomfortably like fear. She reached for her notebook, the leather cover worn smooth by years of use, and began to write, December the 22nd, 11:47 p.m. First direct auditory experience with the so-called witch's wail sound appears to originate from direction of Mercy Lake, approximately half a mile northeast of town center. Duration approximately 4 minutes. Character of sound, low, keening, with distinct harmonic variation, suggesting she paused, pen hovering over the page, suggesting that it was human after all that. Beneath the distortion of wind and distance, there was something recognizably terrifyingly human about those cries. The wailing continued for another minute, then faded, gradually, leaving only the whisper of snow against glass and the settling sounds of the old building around her. Judith closed the notebook and moved away from the window, but sleep eluded her for the rest of the night. Every time she closed her eyes, she heard that sound again, and with it came images she couldn't quite shake, dark water closing over a woman's face, hands clawing desperately at the ice above, mouth open, in a final futile scream. Chapter 2. The Observers. When morning came, gray and bitter, Judith found herself studying the faces of Winter Hollow's residents with new intensity. The transformation was subtle but unmistakable. Where before she had encountered the typical weariness that small towns showed toward outsiders, now there seemed to be something else, an expectancy, perhaps a sense that some long-anticipated event was finally approaching its culmination. She breakfasted at Miriam's Cafe, a narrow establishment squeezed between the post office and Reverend Blackshaw's United Church, and observed the quiet interactions of the townspeople with the sort of attention she usually reserved for hostile interview subjects. The cafe was busier than it had been during her previous visits, filled with faces she was beginning to recognize. There was Ezra Holbrook, her landlord, a man of perhaps 60, with pale eyes that seemed to take in everything while revealing nothing. He sat alone at a corner table, methodically working through what appeared to be the same breakfast. He ordered every morning 2 eggs over easy wheat, toast, black coffee. But his attention was not on his food. Instead, he watched the other patrons with the sort of careful attention that spoke of long practice. Judith noticed how his gaze would linger on each person in turn, how small nods would pass between him and various individuals, how conversations would pause when he looked up from his meal at the counter. Ruth Holbrook managed the morning rush with a brisk efficiency. Her crane hair pulled back in a bun, so tight it seemed to stretch the skin of her temples. She moved with the practiced economy of someone who had been serving the same customers, the same meals for decades. But there was something different about her interactions today. Small comments passed between her and the regulars, brief exchanges that seemed to carry more weight than their casual tone suggested. Then there was Miriam Good, herself proprietor of the cafe, a woman whose age was impossible to determine. She might have been 50 or 70, her face bearing the sort of weathered quality that spoke of hard winters and harder secrets. Today she seemed more animated than usual, moving between tables with an energy that bordered on excitement, asking questions about people's plans for the evening, making small observations about the weather that felt loaded with meaning. When she reached Judith's table, Miriam's smile was warmer than it had been during previous encounters, but somehow that warmth felt more unsettling than the previous coolness. "Sleep well, dear?" Miriam asked, refilling Judith's coffee cup with unnecessary care. "I know these old buildings can be noisy, settling timber wind in the eaves. Sometimes people hear all sorts of things." The question seemed casual enough, but Judith caught the way. Miriam's eyes searched her face, looking for some specific reaction. "Actually, I did hear something interesting," Judith replied, watching the woman's expression carefully, "that wailing people talk about from the direction of the lake." Something flickered in Miriam's eyes so quickly that anyone not trained to watch for such things might have missed it entirely. Around them, the low conversations of other patrons seemed to pause, as if the entire cafe had suddenly developed acute hearing. "Ah," Miriam said, softly, setting down the coffee pot with deliberate care. "So you heard her too?" "Her, the witch, of course, poor creature. They say she calls out on the coldest nights, searching for someone to understand her pain." Miriam's voice had taken on a different quality, not the carefully neutral tone she had used during previous conversations, but something that seemed rehearsed, as if she were reciting lines from a long, familiar script. "You've heard it yourself?" Judith asked. "Oh, many times over the years. We all have. It's part of living here. You understand, part of the atmosphere." The slight pause before the last word was deliberate. Judith realized everything about this conversation felt choreographed. "What do you think it actually is?" Miriam's smile grew wider but somehow less warm. "What do you think it is, dear? You're the investigative journalist. After all, I'm sure you have theories." The fact that Miriam knew her profession shouldn't have been surprising. Small towns were notorious for their information networks, but something about the way she said it made Judith's skin crawl. There was an emphasis on the word investigative that suggested it wasn't simply a career description, but rather a classification, a designation that placed Judith in some specific category that the townspeople had been expecting. "I think it's worth investigating," Judith said carefully. "That's why I'm here." "Of course it is." Miriam agreed and moved away to tend other customers, leaving Judith with the uncomfortable sensation that she had just participated in some sort of test and that her answers had been exactly what was expected. After breakfast, Judith made her way to the Winter Hollow Historical Society, housed in a cramped room above the library. The building itself was older than most in the town center, its red brick facade bearing the sort of weathered dignity that spoke of centuries of New England winters. Inside, the narrow stairs creaked under her feet with sounds that seemed almost musical in their consistency. The curator of such a grand title could be applied to the elderly man who emerged from behind stacks of moldering documents, introduced himself as Cornelius Fairfax. He wore a woolen vest that had seen better decades and spectacles held together with electrical tape, but his eyes behind those patched lenses were sharp with intelligence. "Miss Beverton," he said before she could introduce herself. "I've been expecting you." The statement stopped her short. "Expecting me?" "Oh yes, we always know when someone's come to ask about the witch. Word travels fast in a place like this." He gestured toward a chair positioned directly across from his desk, as if he had been preparing for this exact conversation. "Please sit, I imagine you have questions." Judith settled into the chair, which creaked ominously under her weight, and pulled out her notebook. "I am interested in the historical record, colonial-era documents, church records, court proceedings, anything that might shed light on the actual events behind the legend." Fairfax nodded as if this were exactly what he had expected her to ask. He moved to a filing cabinet that appeared to be held together by rust and determination and withdrew a folder that looked as if it had been prepared in advance. "The witch business," he said, spreading the contents across a table scarred by decades of scholarly investigation. "Yes, I can tell you quite a bit about that." The documents he displayed were photocopies of colonial church records, faded beyond easy reading, and what appeared to be fragments of court proceedings. But as Judith examined them more closely, she realized that something was wrong with the timeline. "These records," she said slowly, "they're not from the same period. Some of these appear to be from the 1690s, but others—" she squinted at the dates, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. "Others are from much later, the 1740s, the 1780s, even into the 19th century." Fairfax's smile was thin and pleased. "The witch legend, you see, isn't based on a single historical event. It's based on a pattern." "What kind of pattern?" "Deaths," he said, "simply disappearances, always in winter, always involving strangers to the community. The records show it, stretching back to the very founding of Winter Hollow." He pointed to various entries in the documents, his finger tracing lines of archaic script. "Here's 1692, Mutable Corwin, stranger woman, found deceased in Mercy Lake. Here's 1743, Jonathan Prescott, traveling merchant, vanished during February storms. Here's 1789, Reverend Samuel Clark, visiting minister, lost on lake ice." Judith felt a chill that had nothing to do with the December cold seeping through the building's old windows. "You're suggesting this has been happening for centuries." "I'm not suggesting anything," Fairfax replied. "I am simply showing you what the records contain. Make of them what you will." She studied the documents more carefully, noting the formal language, the careful phrasing that seemed designed to obscure as much as it revealed what happened to Mutable Corwin, specifically the first case. Fairfax's expression grew thoughtful. "Now that's where the story becomes particularly interesting. According to these records, she wasn't actually accused of witchcraft. She was what they called a stranger woman, someone who came to town during a harsh winter seeking shelter." He pulled out another document, this one appearing to be a fragment of church records. "She was with child and unmarried. The church records indicate she gave birth in February of that year." "What happened to the child?" "No record," Fairfax said, but his tone suggested this absence was significant. "No baptismal record, no burial record, nothing. And that's strange because the church was usually meticulous about such things, even for irregular situations. And the woman herself found dead in Mercy Lake in March. The official record lists it as death by misadventure, suggesting she fell through the ice." He pointed to a barely legible margin note, "But there's this notation here in what appears to be a different hand. The waters took her as was meet and proper." Judith stared at the faded writing, trying to make sense of the archaic phrasing, "as was meet and proper." That's an odd way to describe an accident. "Indeed, it is. Fairfax agreed, almost as if her death was not accidental at all, but rather expected, planned. Even the implications of what he was suggesting began to sink in, and Judith found herself looking at the elderly curator with new attention. "Mr. Fairfax, are you saying you believe Mabel Corwin was murdered?" His smile was enigmatic. "I'm saying the records raise questions that have never been satisfactorily answered, questions about what really happened to her, about why similar deaths have continued to occur with such regularity, about why the people of Winter Hollow have consistently explained these incidents as supernatural phenomena rather than looking for more earthly explanations. And what do you think the earthly explanation might be?" Fairfax began collecting the documents. His movements suddenly brisk and purposeful. "Miss Patton, I've lived in Winter Hollow for 73 years. I've seen things, heard things, learned things that would probably sound quite mad to an outsider." He paused in his gathering of papers, meeting her eyes directly. "But I've also learned that sometimes the most important questions are the ones we choose not to ask. Sometimes, survival depends on accepting certain limitations, on our curiosity." The warning was delivered with perfect politeness, but its implications were unmistakable. Judith felt the same chill she had experienced in the cafe, the sense that she was being carefully managed, guided toward specific conclusions while being warned away from others. "Mr. Fairfax," she said carefully, "have you ever heard the wailing yourself?" The old man's face went very still behind his patched spectacles. His eyes seemed to retreat deeper into their sockets for a long moment. The only sound in the cramped room was the ticking of an ancient clock on the wall and the distant murmur of voices from the library below. "I've heard many things over the years," he said. "Finally, sounds that might have been wind, might have been, animals might have been," he shrugged. "The imagination plays tricks, especially on winter nights, when the darkness seems to press in from all sides. But you've never heard anything that couldn't be explained." Fairfax finished collecting the documents and returned them to their folder with careful precision. "Miss Patton, let me ask you something. When you heard the wailing last night, and yes, I know you heard it, just as I know everyone in town heard it, what did you think it was?" The question caught her off guard. "I am not sure." "That's what I'm here to find out. Are you?" His smile was sad and strange. "Or are you here because you've already made up your mind about what you want to find, because you've decided that there must be some rational explanation for these stories, some conspiracy or cover-up that an enterprising journalist might be able to expose?" Judith felt heat rise in her cheeks. "I'm here to investigate a pattern of disappearances, that what Fairfax interrupted gently, that couldn't possibly have supernatural causes. That must therefore be the result of human agency. Miss Patton, what if I told you that both possibilities might be true? What if the supernatural and the human conspiracy were not mutually exclusive, but rather two aspects of the same terrible truth?" Before she could respond, the elderly man was moving toward the door, clearly indicating that their conversation was over. "Think about it," he said, as he showed her out, "and think carefully about how much truth you really want to uncover. Sometimes ignorance is not just bliss, it's survival." Chapter 3. The Weight of Watching Eyes. That afternoon, Judith drove the winding road that circled Mercy Lake. Her rented forged tires, crunching through snow that lay undisturbed, except for the occasional tracks of deer or smaller woodland creatures. The drive took longer than she had expected. The lake was larger than it appeared from the town, stretching nearly 2 miles at its widest point and surrounded by dense pine forest that seemed to press in closer with each passing mile. She made several stops along the way, photographing the lake from different angles, noting the variations in the ice formation and the way the afternoon light played across its surface. There was something unsettling about the place that she couldn't quite identify. Perhaps it was the absolute silence, broken only by the occasional crack of settling ice and the whisper of wind through the pine boughs. Or perhaps it was the way the surrounding forest seemed to lean inward, creating shadows that were too deep for the available light. At what appeared to be the only public access point, a small clearing where a historical marker stood like a lonely sentinel, Judith parked and began setting up her equipment. The marker itself was disappointingly brief, offering only basic information about the lake's formation during the last ice age, no mention of witches or colonial tragedies or mysterious disappearances. Standing at the lake's edge, she found herself studying the ice with growing unease. It was thick, certainly thick enough to support a person's weight, but there were variations in its appearance that troubled her. Dark patches beneath the surface suggested either areas of greater depth or some sort of debris frozen within. The pattern seemed almost deliberate, arranged in ways that reminded her uncomfortably of symbols or writing in some unknown alphabet. She pulled out her digital camera and began taking photographs, starting with wide shots of the lake as a whole, then focusing on the unusual formations in the ice through the viewfinder. She noticed details that hadn't been visible to the naked eye, what appeared to be a series of darker marks beneath the surface, arranged in a roughly circular pattern, perhaps 50 feet from shore. The more she studied the ice, the more convinced she became that those dark patches were not natural formations. They were too regular, too purposeful. But what could create such patterns? And why had no previous investigator remarked on them? As if summoned by her questions, she heard the sound of an approaching vehicle. A pickup truck emerged from the forest road, moving slowly and deliberately toward her position. It stopped just at the edge of the clearing and two men climbed out, both dressed in heavy winter coats, both moving with the sort of careful attention that suggested they were very much aware of her presence. She recognized one of them as Tom Fairfax, whom she had seen around town and assumed was related to the Historical Society curator. The other was unfamiliar, a younger man with dark hair and the sort of weathered features that spoke of outdoor work. "Miss Burton," Tom called, as they approached. "Beautiful day for photography." There was something in his tone that made the innocent observation feel less than innocent. Judith lowered her camera and tried to project more confidence than she felt. "It's certainly striking," she agreed. "I can see why the lake figures so prominently in local folklore." The two men exchanged a glance that lasted perhaps a second too long. The younger one, who had not been introduced, seemed to be studying her equipment with particular interest, doing a story on our local legends. He asked, and there was something about the way he phrased the question that suggested he already knew the answer. "Something like that," Judith replied. "I am particularly interested in the historical aspects, the real events that might have given rise to the stories." "Real events," Tom repeated, as if testing the phrase yes. "I suppose there have been quite a few of those over the years." "The disappearances, you mean?" Another exchange of glances, this one even more significant than the first. Judith had the distinct impression that she was being evaluated, that her responses were being measured against some predetermined standard. "People do go missing sometimes." The younger man said winter can be treacherous for those who don't know the area well. Ice gives way. Storms blow in without warning. Easy to get turned around, lose your way. Is that what you think happened to the others, the journalist in 1981, the filmmaker in 1998? Tom's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his posture. "You've done your research." "It's what I do." "Yes," he said slowly. "We know." The simple statement hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Judith felt the first real stirring of fear, not the abstract unease she had been experiencing, but genuine concern for her safety. These men knew who she was, knew why she was here, and their presence at the lake felt anything but coincidental. "Well," she said, beginning to pack up her equipment with movements that she hoped appeared casual, "I should probably be getting back to town." "Thank you for the conversation, of course," Tom replied. "Drive carefully. The roads can be unpredictable this time of year." As Judith loaded her equipment into the forge, she was acutely aware of the two men watching her every movement. They made no move to leave, simply stood at the lake's edge like sentinels waiting for her departure. She drove away, slowly checking her rear-view mirror repeatedly. The men remained visible until she rounded a bend in the forest road, and even then she had the uncomfortable sensation that she was still being observed. That evening, back in her room above Holbrook's general store, Judith developed the photographs using the portable equipment she always carried for fieldwork. The process was meditative, requiring the sort of focused attention that usually helped her organize her thoughts and plan her next moves. But as the images emerged in the developer solution, her hands began to shake. The photographs of the lake were clearer and more detailed than she had expected, revealing aspects of the ice formations that had been invisible even through her camera's viewfinder. The dark patches beneath the surface were definitely not natural. They formed patterns that were too geometric, too purposeful to be accidents of freezing and thawing. More disturbing still were the images that showed the surrounding forest. In several shots, she could make out figures among the trees, dark shapes that had been invisible to her naked eye when she was taking the pictures. The figures appeared to be watching the lake with the sort of focused attention that spoke of long practice. In one photograph taken just before Tom Fairfax and his companion had arrived, she could count at least a dozen such figures arranged in a rough semicircle among the pines. All were dressed in dark clothing, all were positioned to observe the lake, and all seemed to be maintaining some sort of coordinated surveillance. She had been watched not just by the two men who had approached her, but by an entire network of observers who had remained hidden throughout her visit to the lake. Judith pinned the photographs to a makeshift clothesline and studied them by lamplight, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. The implications were staggering. The entire population of Winter Hollow, or at least a significant portion of it, was involved in monitoring activities at Mercy Lake. The witch legend. The stories of supernatural wailing, the dismissive explanations for the disappearances. All of it was part of an elaborate screen designed to conceal organized human activity. But what kind of activity? And why go to such lengths to hide it? She was still pondering these questions when she heard footsteps on the stairs below, slow, deliberate steps that paused at each landing. The sound was familiar. She had heard it the night before, though she hadn't thought much of it at the time. Now, given everything she had learned during the day, those footsteps took on a more ominous significance. They reached the landing just below her room and stopped. Judith held her breath, listening. She could hear breathing now, just on the other side of the thin wall that separated her from the stairwell. Then came a soft knock on her door. "Miss Patton." It was Ezra Holbrook's voice, carefully polite. "Might I have a word?" Chapter 4. The invitation extended. Judith's hand hesitated on the door handle for a long moment. Every instinct she possessed was telling her not to open it, not to engage with whatever Holbrook wanted to discuss. But she was a journalist, and journalists open doors, both literal and metaphorical, that others might choose to keep closed. She turned the lock and opened the door just wide enough to see Holbrook's pale eyes, studying her with what might have been concern. "Mr. Holbrook, it's rather late for social call." "Indeed it is," he replied, though he made no move to apologize or explain his presence. Instead, he seemed to be studying her face with a sort of careful attention that suggested he was looking for specific reactions. "I was wondering if you might have had any difficulties with your accommodations, any concerns about your safety here in Winter Hollow?" The question seemed loaded with meaning, as if he were asking something entirely different. Beneath the surface of polite inquiry, Judith opened the door a bit wider, noting that Holbrook was dressed not in the casual clothes she might expect for an evening at home, but in heavy boots and a coat that suggested he had recently been outdoors. "My safety," she repeated. "Is there some reason I should be concerned?" Holbrook's smile was thin and practiced. "Winter Hollow can be treacherous for those unfamiliar with our ways. The roads ice over quickly, communications can be unreliable during storms. Weather can change without warning. It would be unfortunate if something were to happen to a visitor." Behind his words, Judith could hear the echo of that inhuman wailing beginning again, threading through the night wind like a sound made of pure anguish. She noticed that Holbrook showed no reaction to it whatsoever, as if the sound were as natural and unremarkable as the ticking of a clock. "Mr. Holbrook," she said carefully. "I couldn't help but notice that there seemed to be quite a few people near Mercy Lake this afternoon in the forest watching." Something shifted in his expression, not surprise exactly, but a kind of resigned recognition, as if a game that had been played according to certain rules was now entering a new phase. "Ah," he said softly. "Yes, I thought you might have noticed that you're quite observant, Miss Patton, more observant than most who come here asking questions about our local legends." What were they doing there? Holbrook stepped closer to the door, and Judith caught a scent that seemed wrong somehow, and not unpleasant exactly, but organic in a way that suggested things growing in dark, hidden places. There was something else beneath it too, something that reminded her of deep water and things that lived in it. "Watching," he said, simply observing, making sure that certain protocols are followed. "You see, Miss Patton, Mercy Lake is not just a body of water to us. It's something more significant, something that requires careful attention." "What kind of attention?" "The kind that ensures the safety and prosperity of our community." Holbrook's voice had taken on a different quality, less casual, more formal, as if he were reciting something he had said many times before. "Wana'alo has survived. For over 3 centuries, Miss Patton. We've weathered wars and depressions, harsh winters and social upheavals. That kind of continuity doesn't happen by accident." The wailing outside grew louder, and now Judith could definitely hear the multiple voices beneath it, rising and falling in patterns that seemed almost ritualistic. Holbrook tilted his head slightly, as if listening to music only he could properly appreciate. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he said. "The old songs, they've been sung here longer than any of us can remember. Old songs, hymns of sorts, prayers, expressions of gratitude for blessings received and acknowledgments of obligations that must be honored." He paused, studying her face with renewed intensity. "I wonder, Miss Patton, if you might be interested in joining us tomorrow evening. It would give you an opportunity to observe our local customs firsthand for your article." The invitation was delivered with perfect politeness, but Judith felt every professional instinct. She possessed screaming mornings. There was something in Holbrook's pale eyes that reminded her of the look she had seen in the faces of interview subjects who were lying. But beneath that lay something else, something that suggested the lie was the least of her concerns. "What sort of customs?" she asked. "Oh, traditional winter observances, seasonal celebrations that have been part of our community life for generations. Nothing too elaborate, but I think you find it illuminating, educational, certainly, the sort of authentic local culture that rarely gets documented properly." He paused, and his smile widened slightly. "Tomorrow is the winter solstice, you understand, the longest night. It's always been a significant time for communities like ours, isolated places where people have learned to work together to survive the harshest seasons. And these observances take place at the lake, or else." Holbrook seemed genuinely puzzled by the question. "Mercy Lake has been the heart of Winter Hollow spiritual life since the very beginning. Everything important that happens here happens at the lake." The wailing outside continued, and Judith found herself listening more carefully to its rhythms and variations. What had initially seemed like random expressions of anguish now revealed patterns, call and response sections, harmonic progressions, rhythmic structures that spoke of careful composition and long practice. "Mr. Holbrook," she said slowly, "how many people participate in these observances?" "Oh, everyone." His answer was immediate and matter-of-fact, "the entire community. And that's rather the point, you see. Collective participation, shared responsibility, unified purpose. It's what has kept us strong all these years." "The entire community," Judith repeated, "including the children, especially the children." Holbrook's expression grew warmer, almost paternal. They need to understand their heritage, their obligations. How else could our traditions continue? How else could we ensure that future generations will honor the commitments made by their ancestors? The implications of what he was saying began to sink in, and Judith felt a chill that had nothing to do with the December cold seeping through the building's old windows. "What kind of commitments?" she asked. Holbrook's smile became almost fond. "The kind that require renewal, Miss Patton, the kind that must be honored regularly, with sincerity and dedication. Tomorrow evening would be an excellent opportunity for you to witness such a renewal." He took a step back from the door, clearly preparing to leave, but his eyes remained fixed on her face. "Think about it," he said. "The invitation stands. Tomorrow evening, just after sunset, you'll find us at the lake." He turned to go, then paused and looked back at her one final time. "Miss Patton, I do hope you'll consider accepting. It would be such a shame if you were to leave Winter Hollow without experiencing everything we have to offer. Such a waste of an opportunity." The words were spoken with the same careful politeness, but they carried an unmistakable weight of expectation. This was not a casual invitation to observe local folklore. It was something else entirely, and something that felt more like a summons than a request. Judith watched him descend the stairs, noting how his footsteps made no sound at all on the wooden boards and how he seemed to glide rather than walk. Only when she was certain he was gone did she close and lock the door, dragging a chair in front of it. For good measure, she sat at her small desk and opened her laptop, her fingers trembling slightly as she composed an email to her editor at the magazine Tom. Situation in Winter Hollow, more complex than anticipated. Evidence of organized community activity centered around Mercy Lake. Entire population appears to be involved in some form of seasonal observance scheduled for tomorrow evening winter solstice. Strong suggestion that previous missing persons may have been connected to these events. Recommend immediate backup. If no contact, within 48 hours we'll attempt to document tomorrow's activity. But situation feels increasingly dangerous, uploading all files to secure server. As precaution, she attached her photographs, her audio recordings and a detailed summary of her findings, then sent the message through her encrypted email service. The technology felt almost absurdly modern in this place. That seemed suspended in some earlier, darker time. But even as she worked, part of her mind was already planning for tomorrow evening, because whatever was happening in Winter Hollow, whatever these people were really doing at Mercy Lake, she needed to document it. It was what she did. She was a recorder of truths that others preferred to keep hidden. The wailing continued outside her window for nearly 2 hours, and when it finally faded, the silence that followed felt somehow more ominous than the sound itself. Judith found herself listening to that silence, waiting for something, though what she couldn't say. When sleep finally came, it brought dreams of dark water and reaching hands and voices that called her name in languages she didn't recognize but somehow understood. In the dreams, she was always walking toward the lake, always moving through snow that seemed to pull at her feet like quicksand, always aware that something vast and patient was waiting for her beneath the ice. She woke several times during the night, each time with the absolute certainty that she was no longer alone in the room. But when she turned on the light and searched the shadows, she found nothing except the growing conviction that tomorrow evening would bring answers to questions she was no longer certain she wanted to ask. Chapter 5. The longest day, the next day passed with the surreal quality of a fever dream, each hour stretching like taffy while simultaneously racing toward an inevitable conclusion. Judith spent the morning at the town library researching everything she could find about Winter Hollow's history. But the materials available seemed carefully curated. There was plenty of information about the town's founding in 1659, its role as a supply depot during the Revolutionary War, its gradual evolution from agricultural community to the present-day mixture of tourism and light industry. But there were gaps, significant omissions that became more apparent the longer she searched. Very little about the people themselves, their customs, their religious practices, almost nothing about the social dynamics that would have shaped such an isolated community over 3.5 centuries. The official records painted a picture of a thoroughly unremarkable New England town, distinguished only by its picturesque lake and unusually low population turnover. What she did find, buried in a collection of old town council minutes that seemed to have been misfiled, was a series of ordinances dating back to the early 1800s. They dealt with what the council euphemistically termed seasonal observances and established a number of restrictions on outsider access to certain areas during specific times of year. The language was archaic and difficult to parse, but the intent seemed clear enough. From December 20th through December 25th each year, Mercy Lake and its immediate surroundings were to be reserved for traditional community activities. Non-residents were prohibited from camping, fishing, or conducting any form of investigation or documentation in the area during this period. The restrictions had been renewed regularly over the decades, with minor modifications to account for changing circumstances right up through the present day. The most recent renewal, dated just 6 months earlier, included specific provisions about visiting researchers and unauthorized recording equipment. Judith photocopied the relevant pages, noting how her hands shook slightly as she fed the documents through the machine. Someone had been expecting people like her. Someone had been planning for the possibility of outside investigation for literally centuries. At Miriam's cafe, the atmosphere was different from her previous visits, not hostile exactly, but charged with a kind of anticipatory energy that made her skin crawl. Conversation stopped when she entered, but this time they didn't resume after she had taken her seat. Instead, the other patrons simply sat in silence watching her, with expressions that ranged from curiosity to something that looked disturbingly like pity. Miriam herself was more talkative than usual, asking detailed questions about Judith's research, her impressions of the town, her plans for the evening. When Judith mentioned that Ezra Holbrook had invited her to observe some local traditions, Miriam's face went very still. "Did he now?" she said, softly, setting down the coffee pot with exaggerated care. "And you're planning to accept?" "I think so. It sounds like exactly the sort of thing I came here to document." Miriam nodded slowly, as if this response confirmed something she had been expecting around them. The cafe had gone completely quiet, every patron listening with a sort of focused attention that suggested they were all part of a conversation. "Judith wasn't quite hearing, Miss Patton," Miriam said finally, her voice taking on a gentleness that somehow made it more frightening. "Has it occurred to you to wonder why Ezra would extend such an invitation to an outsider, why he would want you to see what we do at the lake?" The question hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Judith found herself looking around the cafe, noting how every face was turned toward her, how every expression carried the same mixture of sympathy and anticipation. "Perhaps he's proud of your local traditions," she said, though the words sounded weak even to her own ears. Miriam's smile was sad and strange. "Pride," she repeated. "Yes, I suppose that's one way to look at it. We are proud, Miss Patton, proud of our continuity, our commitment to the old ways, proud of our discipline." She leaned closer, lowering her voice to barely above a whisper. "But pride has a price, you understand, everything has a price. The question is whether you're prepared to pay it." Before Judith could respond, Miriam had moved away, bustling about her duties with renewed energy, but the weight of those watching eyes remained following her every movement, until she finally left the cafe and made her way back to her room. That afternoon she made another visit to Mercy Lake, this time bringing her full array of recording equipment. The drive seemed shorter than before, as if the road itself were conspiring to speed her toward her destination. The forest pressed closer. On both sides, the pine boughs heavy, with snow that seemed to muffle even the sound of her car's engine. She parked in the same clearing as before and began setting up her cameras and audio equipment, positioning them to capture the lake from multiple angles. The ice looked different in the gray winter light, thicker, more opaque, with those dark patches beneath the surface seeming more pronounced than ever. As she worked, Judith became aware of movement in the surrounding forest. Nothing overt, just the occasional glimpse of dark clothing among the trees, the sense of being observed by multiple sets of eyes. She pretended not to notice, focusing on her equipment with the sort of professional concentration that had served her well in hostile interview situations. But internally her anxiety was building to almost unbearable levels. Whatever was going to happen here this evening, she was walking into it blind, armed with nothing more than cameras and recording devices and a stubborn determination to document the truth. The sun began to set earlier than she had expected, painting the sky in the shades of gray and purple. That seemed to leach all warmth from the landscape. As the light faded, the temperature dropped noticeably and her breath began to steam in the cold air. Then she heard them coming, footsteps in the snow moving through the forest with the sort of coordinated rhythm that spoke of long practice, not just a few people, but many dozens perhaps. They emerged from the trees in groups of 3 or 4, all dressed in similar dark clothing, all moving with the same measured pace toward the lake's edge. Judith counted them as they appeared, her professional instincts overriding her growing fear. 27 adults, this time ranging in age from what appeared to be late teenagers to elderly individuals. She recognized from town, men and women, both with the heavy winter clothing and gathering darkness. It was difficult to make out specific faces. They arranged themselves in a rough circle around the lake's perimeter, maintaining precise spacing that suggested this formation had been practiced many times before. Judith noticed that their positions corresponded exactly to those dark patches she had observed beneath the ice, as if the people above and whatever lay below were connected in some fundamental way. Ezra Holbrook appeared last, emerging from the forest like a shadow-given substance. He wore a long robe that seemed to be made of some sort of heavy fur, and he carried something in his hands, a carved wooden staff topped with what looked like bones arranged in a complex pattern that hurt to look at directly. When he saw Judith with her equipment, he smiled and raised the staff in what might have been a greeting or might have been something else entirely. "Miss Patton." He called across the clearing, his voice carrying easily in the still air. "How wonderful that you decided to join us. Please don't let us interrupt your work. Document everything. It's important that there be a record." The statement sent a chill down Judith's spine that had nothing to do with the cold. There was something in the way he said record that suggested he wasn't talking about journalism at all, but about something far more permanent and final. The group stood in perfect silence for several minutes, as if waiting for some signal that only they could perceive. Judith adjusted her cameras, making sure she was capturing everything, trying to ignore the way her hands shook as she worked. Then, as full darkness settled over the lake like a blanket, the ceremony began. Chapter 6. The Old Compact. It started with humming, a low, barely audible sound that seemed to emerge from the assembled towns, people simultaneously, as if they were all tuned to the same frequency. The sound was wordless but somehow purposeful, rising and falling in patterns that spoke of careful composition and generations of practice. Judith adjusted her audio equipment, trying to capture every nuance of the performance, while struggling to understand what she was witnessing. This was clearly no spontaneous expression of folk tradition. It was something else entirely, something that felt both ancient and precisely choreographed. The humming gradually evolved into the wailing she had heard from her window, but now she could perceive the complexity within it. Multiple voices weaving together in harmonies that seemed to bypass conscious thought and speak directly to some primitive part of the brain that remembered what it felt like to be prey. Holbrook raised his staff and the sound shifted, taking on new tones and rhythms. Words began to emerge from the chaos of voices, not English, but something that seemed older, more fundamental. Judith strained to make out individual syllables, but the language seemed to resist comprehension, slipping away from understanding. Even as she focused on it, the people around the lake's perimeter began to move, walking slowly, clockwise, in a pattern that maintained their circular formation while gradually tightening the circle. As they walked, they chanted in that ancient tongue, their voices creating harmonies that seemed to resonate not just in the air but in the ground. Beneath Judith's feet, she could feel it through her boots, a vibration that suggested something vast. Responding to the sounds above, the ice began to creak and groan, not breaking but shifting in ways that created patterns of stress and release that almost seemed musical. One of the participants, a young man she recognized as Tom Fairfax, stepped forward and began to speak in clear, measured English. His voice carried easily across the water, and Judith realized with growing horror that this portion of the ceremony was meant for her benefit. They wanted her to understand what came next. We gather on this longest night to honor the compact made by our ancestors. Tom began, his words falling into the rhythm established by the ongoing chant. We offer thanks for the protection provided, for the prosperity granted, for the continuation of our community through the darkest seasons. The assembled group responded in unison. The old ways endure. We acknowledge the price that must be paid, the sacrifice that must be made, the gift that must be given to ensure our survival for another year. The old ways endure. Holbrook stepped forward, raising his staff high above his head. The bone ornaments at its tip caught what little light remained and threw it back in patterns that seemed to write themselves across the air. 333 years ago, he began, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. Our ancestors made a bargain with the power that sleeps beneath these waters. They were desperate people, Miss Patton, survivors of King Philip's War, who had fled to this remote valley seeking safety from the conflicts that were tearing New England apart. Judith's cameras captured everything, but her hands were shaking. Now, as the full scope of what she was witnessing began to sink in. They found safety here, but they also found something else, something that had been waiting in the depths of this lake since before human memory began, something old and patient and terribly, terribly hungry. His expression darkened, and when he spoke again, his voice carried the weight of centuries of fear. We learned in 1712 what happens when a gift is not offered on time. Half the town died of fever within a week, and the lake itself turned to poison. The children who survived were changed. We have never missed an offering since. The chanting grew louder, more insistent, and Judith realized with growing horror that the dark patches beneath the ice were moving, not flowing like water, but writhing with a purposeful intelligence that suggested something alive and vast beyond imagining. The winter of 1691 was the harshest in memory. Hob continued, his voice rising over the chanting. Game was scarce, crops had failed, and our ancestors faced starvation. That was when they first heard the voice from beneath the ice offering sustenance in exchange for service, prosperity, in return for regular offerings. Oh, the ice beneath the lake's surface began to crack, not breaking through but forming intricate patterns that looked disturbingly like writing in some alphabet, not meant for human eyes. The woman May Corwin was the first offering, a stranger who came among us, carrying life within her. Both, mother and child, were given to the depths, and the compact was sealed with their blood and their terror and their final understanding of what they had become part of. Judith found herself backing away from the lake's edge as something huge and dark began to move beneath the ice. The cracks were spreading, now forming an intricate web that seemed to pulse with its own internal light. Since that time, Holbrook's voice had taken on an almost hypnotic quality. We have honored our obligations. When the old one grows hungry, when the ice grows thin with need, we provide what was promised. Strangers who come seeking our secrets, outsiders who would expose what must remain hidden. The townspeople had stopped their circling and now stood motionless around the lake's perimeter, all facing inward, all watching Judith with expressions that mixed reverence with anticipation. You see, Miss Patton, the old one requires very specific nourishment, not just life, but life that comes seeking knowledge, life that carries questions and curiosity, and the sort of restless intelligence that might, under other circumstances, pose a threat to our way of existence. The ice began to glow with a phosphorescent light that hurt to look at directly, the thing moving beneath. It was becoming more visible, something vast and segmented that seemed to exist in too many dimensions at once. Every few years, Someone like you arrives, a researcher, a journalist, a filmmaker, someone drawn by the stories we carefully cultivate, the legends we deliberately preserve to serve as bait. They come seeking the truth about the Mercy Lake Witch, and we give them exactly what they're looking for. Holbrook's smile was genuine, now warm with the satisfaction of a job well done. The truth, Miss Patton, is that we are all complicit, every man, woman, and child, in Winter Hollow. We know what swims beneath our lake, what keeps our winters mild and our children healthy and our community prosperous. We know the price and we pay it gladly. The ice continued to crack in ever more complex patterns, and the light emanating from beneath grew brighter, revealing glimpses of something that defied rational description. It was massive, larger than any creature that belonged in the natural world. Its body seemed to be composed of segments that shifted and reformed themselves, covered in what might have been scales or might have been eyes. All of them focused upward toward the surface. We pay it. Holbrook concluded with people like you, Chapter 7, the depth of understanding. The realization hit Judith like a physical blow, driving the air from her lungs and leaving her gasping in the frigid night air. Every friendly conversation, every helpful direction, every seemingly innocent question about her research, all of it had been orchestrated to bring her to this moment. She was not a journalist investigating a story. She was the story carefully cultivated and led to its inevitable conclusion. Her equipment continued recording, the cameras capturing everything with mechanical indifference while her world collapsed around her. She understood now why previous investigators had vanished so completely, why their notes and recordings had never surfaced, why the pattern of disappearances had continued for centuries without attracting serious outside attention. There was no outside attention because there were no survivors to attract it. But even as terror flooded through her system, her professional instincts remained intact. She kept the cameras rolling, kept the audio equipment running, documenting everything, with the grim determination of someone who understood that bearing witness was sometimes the only form of resistance available. The ice continued to crack in geometric patterns that seemed to follow mathematical principles beyond human comprehension. The phosphorescent glow from beneath intensified, and she could now see movement, vast, undulating motion that suggested something rising from depths that might extend far deeper than any natural lake should allow. "You're wondering about the others," Holbrook said, his voice carrying easily across the supernatural illumination. "The ones who came before you, what happened to their equipment, their notes, their carefully documented evidence?" He gestured toward the lake where the thing beneath the ice had begun to rise with ponderous grace. Its massive form, creating pressure waves that sent spiderweb fractures racing across the frozen surface. Everything goes down to feed the old one, metal and plastic and electronic components. It finds nourishment in the trace elements, the rare earth minerals, the accumulated electromagnetic signatures of human technology. But what it treasures most is the knowledge itself, the questions and theories and desperate attempts to understand what cannot be understood. The townspeople had begun to chant again, but now their voices carried a note of genuine hunger. They were forming a tighter circle around Judith, cutting off any possible escape route, with movements that seemed casual but were clearly coordinated. "Your recordings will be particularly valuable," Bear continued, his tone almost conversational. "So much careful documentation, so many hours of research, so much intelligent curiosity distilled into digital form. The old one will savor every byte of data, every pixel of imagery, every frequency of sound." Judith found her voice. At last, though, it came out as barely more than a whisper. "Why tell me this? Why not just finish it?" Holbrook's expression grew almost paternal, filled with the sort of gentle understanding that a teacher might show to a particularly slow student. "Because comprehension is the most important ingredient. Miss Patton, the knowledge of what's about to happen, the understanding of how thoroughly you've been deceived, the recognition that your own intelligence and curiosity have been turned against you. These emotions add a flavor that centuries of experience have taught us to appreciate. The ice began to buckle upward, forming a dome that rose higher and higher as the creature beneath pushed toward the surface. The phosphorescent light was now bright enough to cast shadows, and in those shifting pools of darkness, Judith could see other shapes moving, smaller forms that swam in the dark water below the ice with fluid, unnatural grace. The others, she whispered, understanding, flooding through her with sickening clarity. Transformed, Holbrook corrected, gently, made part of something larger and more eternal than their brief individual existences could ever have been. They serve the Old One now, help identify new gifts, assist in the careful cultivation of suitable offerings. In time you'll understand the honor of such service. The dome of ice reached its breaking point and, shattered with a sound like thunder mixed with screaming water, erupted upward in a geyser that caught the phosphorescent glow and threw it back in prismatic sprays that hurt to look at directly, and rising through that impossible fountain came something that Judith's mind simply refused to process completely. It was ancient beyond measure, alien beyond comprehension, beautiful in the way that natural disasters could be beautiful, terrible and awesome, and utterly indifferent to human concerns. Tentacles, thick as tree trunks, emerged first, followed by a body that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously, covered in organs that might have been eyes, or might have been mouths, or might have been something for which no human language had developed words. The creature rose until its bulk loomed over the entire lake, water streaming from its impossible anatomy and rivulet that defied gravity and caught the strange light like liquid starlight. When it spoke, and it did speak in a voice that bypassed the ears entirely and resonated directly in the bones, Judith understood why the townspeople had maintained their bargain for over 3 centuries. The compact endures, it said, and the words carried the weight of geological time, the patience of things that had existed since before the first human drew breath. The gift is acceptable. The knowledge seeker brings rich sustenance. Judith felt something happening to her equipment, not malfunction, but transformation. The cameras and recording devices were becoming warm then hot, as if some invisible energy were flowing through them. The LCD screens began to display impossible images, not of the scene before her, but of other times, other ceremonies stretching back through the decades. In an endless procession of documented horror, she saw the folklore researcher from Yale, a young man with thick glasses and an earnest expression, standing in the same spot in 1967 while snow fell around him and the townspeople closed in. She saw the freelance journalist from 1981, a woman, not unlike herself, holding a cassette recorder with shaking hands as the ice cracked beneath her feet. She saw the documentary filmmaker from 1998. His digital camera, capturing the last moments of his life as something vast and hungry, rose from the depths to claim him. All of them had thought they were documenting a story. All of them had discovered too late that they were the story. Your equipment is being blessed. Holbrook explained, his voice taking on the tone of a patient teacher. The Old One draws knowledge through technological interfaces, absorbs information through the very devices meant to record it. Multiple voices weaving together in harmonies that seem to bypass conscious thought and speak directly to some primitive part of the brain that remembered what it felt like to be prey. Holbrook raised his staff and the sound shifted, taking on new tones and rhythms. Words began to emerge from the chaos of voices, not English, but something that seemed older, more fundamental. Judith strained to make out individual syllables, but the language seemed to resist comprehension, slipping away from understanding. Even as she focused on it, the people around the lake's perimeter began to move, walking slowly, clockwise, in a pattern that maintained their circular formation while gradually tightening the circle. As they walked, they chanted in that ancient tongue, their voices creating harmonies that seemed to resonate not just in the air but in the ground. Beneath Judith's feet, she could feel it through her boots, a vibration that suggested something vast. Responding to the sounds above, the ice began to creak and groan, not breaking but shifting in ways that created patterns of stress and release that almost seemed musical. One of the participants, a young man she recognized as Tom Fairfax, stepped forward and began to speak in clear, measured English. His voice carried easily across the water, and Judith realized with growing horror that this portion of the ceremony was meant for her benefit. They wanted her to understand what came next. We gather on this longest night to honor the compact made by our ancestors. Tom began, his words falling into the rhythm established by the ongoing chant. We offer thanks for the protection provided, for the prosperity granted, for the continuation of our community through the darkest seasons. The assembled group responded in unison. The old ways endure. We acknowledge the price that must be paid, the sacrifice that must be made, the gift that must be given to ensure our survival for another year. The old ways endure. Holbrook stepped forward, raising his staff high above his head. The bone ornaments at its tip caught what little light remained and threw it back in patterns that seemed to write themselves across the air. 333 years ago, he began, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. Our ancestors made a bargain with the power that sleeps beneath these waters. They were desperate people, Miss Patton, survivors of King Philip's War, who had fled to this remote valley seeking safety from the conflicts that were tearing New England apart. Judith's cameras captured everything, but her hands were shaking. Now, as the full scope of what she was witnessing began to sink in. They found safety here, but they also found something else, something that had been waiting in the depths of this lake since before human memory began, something old and patient and terribly, terribly hungry. His expression darkened, and when he spoke again, his voice carried the weight of centuries of fear. We learned in 1712 what happens when a gift is not offered on time. Half the town died of fever within a week, and the lake itself turned to poison. The children who survived were changed. We have never missed an offering since. The chanting grew louder, more insistent, and Judith realized with growing horror that the dark patches beneath the ice were moving, not flowing like water, but writhing with a purposeful intelligence that suggested something alive and vast beyond imagining. The winter of 1691 was the harshest in memory. Hob continued, his voice rising over the chanting. Game was scarce, crops had failed, and our ancestors faced starvation. That was when they first heard the voice from beneath the ice offering sustenance in exchange for service, prosperity, in return for regular offerings. Oh, the ice beneath the lake's surface began to crack, not breaking through but forming intricate patterns that looked disturbingly like writing in some alphabet, not meant for human eyes. The woman May Corwin was the first offering, a stranger who came among us, carrying life within her. Both, mother and child, were given to the depths, and the compact was sealed with their blood and their terror and their final understanding of what they had become part of. Judith found herself backing away from the lake's edge as something huge and dark began to move beneath the ice. The cracks were spreading, now forming an intricate web that seemed to pulse with its own internal light. Since that time, Holbrook's voice had taken on an almost hypnotic quality. We have honored our obligations. When the old one grows hungry, when the ice grows thin with need, we provide what was promised. Strangers who come seeking our secrets, outsiders who would expose what must remain hidden. The townspeople had stopped their circling and now stood motionless around the lake's perimeter, all facing inward, all watching Judith with expressions that mixed reverence with anticipation. You see, Miss Patton, the old one requires very specific nourishment, not just life, but life that comes seeking knowledge, life that carries questions and curiosity, and the sort of restless intelligence that might, under other circumstances, pose a threat to our way of existence. The ice began to glow with a phosphorescent light that hurt to look at directly the thing moving beneath. It was becoming more visible, something vast and segmented that seemed to exist in too many dimensions at once. Every few years, someone like you arrives, a researcher, a journalist, a filmmaker, someone drawn by the stories we carefully cultivate, the legends we deliberately preserve to serve as bait. They come seeking the truth about the Mercy Lake Witch, and we give them exactly what they're looking for. Holbrook's smile was genuine, now warm with the satisfaction of a job well done. The truth, Miss Patton, is that we are all complicit, every man, woman, and child, in Winter Hollow. We know what swims beneath our lake, what keeps our winters mild and our children healthy and our community prosperous. We know the price and we pay it gladly. The ice continued to crack in ever more complex patterns, and the light emanating from beneath grew brighter, revealing glimpses of something that defied rational description. It was massive, larger than any creature that belonged in the natural world. Its body seemed to be composed of segments that shifted and reformed themselves, covered in what might have been scales or might have been eyes. All of them focused upward toward the surface. We pay it. Holbrook concluded with People Like You, Chapter 7, The Depth of Understanding. The realization hit Judith like a physical blow, driving the air from her lungs and leaving her gasping in the frigid night air. The thought should have filled her with revulsion, but as the warm water reached her chest, she found that the prospect was beginning to seem almost peaceful. The water closed over her head and her last conscious thought was a prayer that someone, anyone, would find that memory card and understand what it contained. Then the darkness took her and Judith Patton ceased to exist as anything recognizable as human epilogue, the persistence of truth. 6 months later, Dr. Michael Chen stood at the edge of Mercy Lake, the recovered memory card weighing heavy in his palm. Despite its negligible physical mass, he had come to Winter Hollow, following up on the disappearance of Judith Patton, whose editor had finally contacted authorities. When she failed to return to New York or respond to increasingly frantic communications, the official investigation had concluded quickly and unsatisfactorily. Patton's rental car had been found at a Hartford bus station. Her room at Holbrook's cleared out. Her belongings gone. The local sheriff's department determined that she had simply left town, probably discouraged by the lack of cooperation from local residents. Such things happened with journalists, they explained to her worried editor. Sometimes stories didn't pan out and people moved on without bothering to explain themselves. But Sarah Morrison, one of Chen's most promising graduate students in the University of Connecticut's folklore program, had been unconvinced by the official narrative. She had read Patton's published articles, studied her methodology and concluded that the missing journalist was far too professional to simply abandon the story without explanation. More troubling still was what Sarah had discovered during her own preliminary research into Winter Hollow's history. The pattern of disappearances stretched back much further than anyone seemed willing to acknowledge, and the circumstances were far too consistent to be explained by simple coincidence or the hazards of rural travel. Sarah had organized a small expedition to search the areas around Mercy Lake, funded by a small grant for anthropological field research that she had obtained. Without mentioning the more sensational aspects of what they were investigating, the team consisted of herself, 2 other graduate students and Chen as faculty supervisor. They had found the memory card on their second day of searching, half buried in the snow near the tree and protected from the elements by pure luck in a plastic case that had cracked but not broken during months of exposure to New England weather. The contents were extraordinary and terrifying, hours of video footage showing what appeared to be an entire community engaged in ritual activity around the lake, audio recordings of conversations that suggested a conspiracy spanning generations, photographs of figures gathered in coordinated surveillance, patterns engaged in activities that defied rational explanation and, most disturbing of all, footage that appeared to show something emerging from the lake itself, something that Chen's rational academic mind insisted must be some sort of elaborate hoax, but which his deeper instinct recognized as documentation of something genuinely otherworldly. He had spent 3 sleepless nights analyzing the material, running it through every forensic software program available to the university, consulting with colleagues in digital media and special effects. The footage was genuine, not manipulated, not fabricated, not enhanced. Chen looked at the data, the impossible, unfaked images. He knew it was real and he knew that no one else in a sane world would believe him. Without a fight, the academic establishment would demand peer review, independent verification, reproducible results, government agencies would classify it or discredit it, the media would treat it as entertainment or dismiss it as hoax. But the evidence was there, waiting for someone with the courage and resources to pursue a truth that might be more dangerous than anyone was prepared to accept. Dr. Chen, Sarah's voice carried across the frozen lake from where she stood with the rest of their small team. The locals are watching us again. Chen looked toward the town and saw them, perhaps a dozen figures standing at the edges of buildings, observing their activities with the sort of patient tension that suggested they had been expecting this visit. They made no move to approach or interfere, simply watched with expressions that were impossible to read across the distance. "Pack it up," he called to his students, though part of him wanted to stay, wanted to push further, wanted to demand answers to the questions that Paton's recordings had raised. "We're leaving." But even as they gathered their equipment and prepared to depart, Chen knew they would be back. The evidence was too compelling to ignore, too detailed to dismiss as fiction. It would take time to analyze properly, to build a case that could withstand academic scrutiny, to assemble the resources necessary for a proper investigation. More importantly, it would take time to find the right people, individuals with the expertise and the courage to pursue a truth that might be more dangerous than anyone was prepared to accept. As they drove away from Winter Hollow, Chen caught a glimpse of movement in his rearview mirror. Something had emerged from the lake just for a moment, just long enough to watch their departure with what looked like ancient, patient eyes, before slipping back beneath the surface. The compact endured for now, but for the first time in over 3 centuries it was no longer unchallenged. Somewhere in his laptop bag, Judith Paton's final testament waited to be shared with a world that might not be ready to believe it, but which would nevertheless have to confront the possibility that some legends were more than mere folklore. And deep beneath the ice of Mercy Lake, something that had once been human began to sing a new song, not the ancient lure that had drawn so many to their doom, but something else entirely, a song of warning, of exposure, of truth that refused to stay buried, no matter how deep the waters or how long the silence. The old ways were strong, but change was coming to Winter Hollow. Whether that change would bring salvation or something far worse remained to be seen. Subscribe to my channel, share with friends, and whoever brings the most subscribers wins $10. Send your proof to nightmaretales786@gmail.com.